before we begin, wait. No. There we go. Audio.
Boy, did you make a Pop-Tart or DD character? Yet you know, it's gotta be done, it has to be. Or maybe I could make it and post it later.
Oh my god. Up near. Oh, god damn it. What the heck is going on? Why am I a buzzard? Hold on, wait. I gotta do it. Before we begin, as usual, Vulcan, Agent, Ruda, also Monkey, thank you so much for the first time chat. Phoenix, Clark, Kaiser, Chaos, Kawasaki, Squiddy, Cannon, totally not lost, thank you so much for following. It's wonderful to see another thing around here. Welcome aboard. Nova, Airbus, Von Clevo, KO2, Davius, Cray, Neuro, Jack. How are y'all doing? Also, Neuro, thank you so much for the 12 months of tier 1. I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me. Struggling with Joe. I mean, full disclosure, yesterday's stream was actually pretty cool. I haven't gone back and checked the feed, but did I say hi Clark? Sorry. I think Twitch is updating again because none of my things are working, and I checked Neuro. Hers aren't working either. So the scuff from yesterday seems to be an ongoing issue.
Hesitating on saying my name.
No, I'm just trying to get back in the swing of things. Eddie Dragon. Which is kind of sad because Ultra Kill, like I said, Ultra Kill is one of my favorite games, and having the stream not work properly for it, even though we broke some pretty schwick records, kind of stinky, but it's okay. Tonight we're gonna be doing something the exact opposite of Ultra Kill. We're gonna be ultra chilling with some TTRPG fun. Redeems have been worked since last week. Cheesins. Okay. You got it, Kawa. Nice to be back. Yeah, it was nice to be back. Howdy, Masquerade. Opposite. Well, it is the opposite. Gets to hear that, Yoppy. Oh, well, you know what, Kawasaki? You stay awesome, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Slightly alive. Slightly alive, I guess. But, yeah. So, Daddy's feed, how are you? Hell yeah, I ran. But, thank you so much for the 10 stream streak, Nova Monkey. I love you, we'll have to see it. Doing fairly well. Barely born. But rested well. Kinda, sorta. Mooney and I stayed up really late, watched Higurashi last night. I think we're gonna be doing more tonight after stream. Though not quite sure about that. I have to talk with her a little bit. But, hello, Les. Thank you for the first time chat. Of course, and I'm really glad that you liked it. I'm really glad you liked it. We're gonna be working on the next major step here in a little bit. And full disclosure, I'm taking the next few days, if not the rest of this week, off from working on the game, just so that way I can get some stuff done that I want to get done. Oh, thank you, K2. Howdy, Clint. You give the anime soundtrack. I love their music. Also, Speed, thank you for the 115 stream streak. I love to see it. But yeah. Oh, hey, look, the dogs are barking. Oh, that's lovely. Dogs have been losing their shit steadily and handedly for like the past hour and a half. So, hear any weird noises, not bad. About what Compass for, if you didn't know. I didn't know that actually. Let's see. But yeah. There's really not much to comment on. I've been working on a special surprise for these streams in particular, though it's not gonna be, it wasn't ready tonight, unfortunately. Probably will see it by the next one. I'm fairly certain you'll see it by the next one. Let's see, what else is there? I think by this weekend we should have a little, you know, little fun gift for you guys. Space Cat, thank you so much for the first time chat. Also, thank you for the follow. A lot of you followed, I don't know if you're here right now, but a lot of you followed while I was not streaming, so all of you, thank you. It is wonderful to see all these new Ingrams. Welcome aboard. I don't know why I fudged my own saying. I am very Jansen right now. But yeah. I have some really fun things planned. To give some light as to what it is, they're animations. Very simple animations. Kind of done in the same theme as a certain meme trend involving Monster energy drinks. No, it has nothing to do with Monster Hunter. Oh no, Erebus! Well, thank you for the 5-stream streak. Even if it is smaller than usual, I love that you love to see it. Sorry, I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it. But yeah, just a reminder for everyone here, I think Twitch completely updated their API again, so we are... Oh, you like Sylphie? Update videos jump scares the amount of models you have? No, don't worry about that, Space Cat. I used to have 50. But we did a complete overhaul, like in that little update video that I showed you. You know, with the stabbing and the chest bursting and the train. That was kind of like a hard reset and everything, so. So, yeah. And it's only gonna get better. There's only gonna be more. I have so many. Especially one that I'm working on right now. But yeah. Gonna be doing that, and then Enon is gonna be coming out, like I said, with it. And she should have her full art. It shouldn't be a sketch, unless things get in the way, like, you know, they might. So, anyways. It's, oh, yeah, let's look at that. Hold on, how is it doing on Twitch? Or not Twitch, on Itch. Let's see. What did you say? If I search for game, adult? I typed in adult game, and a game that I made like 4 years ago is up at the top, but the one that I just updated isn't anywhere near the what? Hold on. There we go. Okay, that's how you use the tag system. Oh, also, I wanted to point something out. For some reason, in the same place that, you know, says that it's abandoned, they also added the AI tag for the CG. None of the sprites or any of the art is AI. Wow, I am just freezing a lot. What the hell? None of that's AI. The only thing that has been artificially touched up is, I think some of the backgrounds, but those were screenshots that I took in Blender that I just put a painterly effect over. Everything else is 100%. Is my phone broken? No, it's Vignon. It's Vignon. Unlimited preg works. I did say Cat Olympic Games that I just found. But yeah. Yeah. Really looking forward. And I guess I would count it as a major update, right? Completely overhauling the code. That counts as a system-wide ping, too. So, and yeah, as for the size, it's mostly the update video. So, my bad on that part. I did try really hard to make it smaller, but, you know. Outside of that, yeah. So, Backline, thank you for the 2 months of tier 1. I really appreciate it. It's hard to believe it's been 8 months. How are you doing? Wow. Frozen again. I feel like she's actually loved and cherished. What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't know what she... Also, I want to... For anyone that's played it, I do have a question for y'all. What's the... Oh, thank you for the 30 stream streak. And so, yeah, love to see it. How long did it take you to finish the story? That'll give me a really good barometer for how long I'm kind of like preparing stuff for. I didn't want to oversell it. Again, I was told mixed things about the length. But I genuinely would want feedback from people, what they thought about the writing, what they thought about the pacing, because what you guys tell me directly influences the game and future updates. So I know people are thirsty for the more Yordle content. I know that much. There will be a fair amount of interesting things happening. And take about 2 hours. Okay, so that I've been hearing consistently about 2.5 to 3 hours from a few people. So I'll go ahead and I'll say 2. More pregnancy, but it is a bit long. Icross Headless is a game. Would never be playing League. The game itself. Okay, so I call them lobby girls. Every lobby girl is gonna have they're gonna have my brain just short-circuited. Every lobby girl is going to have an eco dive, and I'm gonna be adding more lobby girls. There is a total of currently planned, don't take this to heart because I might cut characters. Alter, Lystra, Inanna, Arya, Silverveil, and some random succubus girl. So that's like what, 6, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's 6 characters, and that's going off of 6. Then you have Avarice, Miss Average, the Yordles. So there's gonna be about 12. So not that Silverveil, not that Silverveil, not that Silverveil. It's a current working name that I just nicknamed her. Hold on, let me Let me just back up for a second. Might change your name. But anyways, so there's about 12 characters, I would say. Sad. 12 characters. So at 2 hours a character, that's like looking at like what 24 hours worth of content right there. This thing. No, this character, she's like a soft mommy dommy kind of vibe, Futanari, that kind of thing. Her whole situation is like very sleepy, kind of like shadows and under like a moonlit gothic kind of grace, which, boy, that's gonna be fucking hard to write for, but it's okay. So yeah. What was it saying? Yeah, so that's about 24 hours of content, and then once they have, or while I'm working on that, we're gonna be having the main overworld storyline, right? Which is going to probably be about 4 hours long. I don't know, maybe, depending on how you spin it. There's also going to be the different, because you have access to Suburbia right now, and that is in and of itself going to be its own thing. And then there's going to be 4, 5, so there's going to be 10 different layers that you can go up and down, and each one's probably going to have maybe about an hour's worth of content, so that's another 10 hours. So we're pretty far from finishing, but I also haven't been working on it for 2 years. We'll see how much I can get done this year, see how far it progresses. I'm gonna have to look into how to pipeline some things. Maybe I'll rein some things back. I have a lot of characters that I can work with. It'll be kind of like heaven and hell, kind of. It's more of, how do you rector? It's more of a sci-fi to fantasy kind of thing, where you have at the very top extremely esoteric sci-fi, and at the bottom extremely primal and esoteric fantasy. So that's the general idea anyways. Liable to change, like I said. But let's see, are people yelling at me? Nope. Okay. How did you see how you doing? But yeah. If you want to know, so on the Google Doc, it's about 160 pages of writing, and Mitsuki's story took up a solid, let's see, what is that minus that? 127 pages. So right now, sitting on this document, there is about 33 pages of additional content currently that I'm going to be adding to. So that is 0. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. I really am. The highest used side. Oh, really? Does 0 mean, and what does 0 mean? Oh, I'm sorry, I just guessed they handed. Which I recall means how fertile and potent my nut is. That's just a preference thing. There's not really a super way that you can test that unless you actually go under it. Might need to meet Discord. I didn't even hear a Discord message. Yeah, that was mute. There we go. Say I love that you want to see it. Thank you so much for the 65 stream streak, Wizard. I love that you want to see it. But, yeah. So, I have no idea, George. But yeah. One of the things I'm going to be adding in the next update are bedtime cuddles. Like, there's one where is that? Yeah, you can have like sleepover requests. As Sophie's the intro to it mostly finished. You can straight up just shut the door in her face and make her cry. Even though I hate doing that, and that's mean. I like giving agency. No, you're fine, Drax. No need to apologize. Oh my god, Screamer is losing her shit right now in the nursery. So, yeah, it's kind of like how in the update, or in the current build, you can have Mitsuki come over, absolutely just go buck nutty on you. And then afterwards, be like, hey, so after we did that, I'm feeling really connected. Can I stay the night with you? And you'd be like, nah, get out. They're all named. Ow. Yuya Cuddles? Actually, yeah, I had the plan so that way you can wake up and see them next to you. It's more art, but, you know. I named one of them Screamer. Yeah, Screamer is aptly named because she screams a lot. I name them based off of what they do. Hello, Dilka. Yes, art. Yes, indeed. Howdy, Vader. Howdy, Vader. The comments are a little funny. How do you mean, Davis? It is indeed. And it's also educational, too. I think one of the highest compliments I've gotten so far is, this game made me feel better about myself. It made me feel more secure in my endowment. So that is such high praise to hear. I'm very happy, genuinely. Tumbone sure, come door shredder. Oh shit, oh. Trina, not goblins. I mean, they are they're little shit goblins. Yeah, Mitsuki's a sweetheart. That's why I started with her. Let me make sure people aren't waiting for me. Okay. Maybe I'll go in there first, be a little preemptive. But yeah, that's pretty much all that I have to say about the game. I could sit here and talk for like hours about what I have planned and everything, but I like to keep things secret. But yeah. So if you guys, may mind quails, like I would get. VTuber jumps here. If you guys I can't remember what I was gonna say. It's dead. Also, nice call out. Shishi. Yeah, I like putting little funny things in there. And blame her for mistaking it. It's okay. Yeah, I'm gonna hop in call with the. I never bothered to measure anything. Oh, that's fair. I mean, honestly, that's fair. But the game does function better with the kind of headspace of like, this is actually you. So, not demanding, but encouraging, because it is nice to know. I think next update too, I'm gonna have finally something I've been not doing, which is having like a little diagram for how to properly measure, showing bone press and how to measure circumference and all that. Talking about my game. I'm talking about my game, Lord. Size me up. So, I think I'm gonna go hang out with these two, technically three, yahoos, and give them a what up. I download it. When do we get to fight Nat? I don't know. When do you? One could say you never do. As she can quiet. Sad boss fight. Violence day after day. Yeah, no, but if you guys do Mitsuki's storyline, let me know what you think about the secret ending. Because it does require you to basically do something pretty bad. At the fire hydrant thingy. Where can't believe they gave. Measuring stuff was the first step I set myself for. But thank you. Oh, Zero, that's very sweet. I'm happy that you're accepting yourself. I really am. That's what it's about. And it's all about feeling good because of who you truly are. So thank you. That's some of the highest praise I could probably ever receive. It means a lot to hear that. Does he have the strength to do anything bad to that woman? Yeah, that's why it's a secret ending. That yeah, it's this is full disclosure. I like having kind of out there and specific things for special endings. I mean, hell, I've written the same scene, the same scene, right, will be written differently based on like the slime monster scene. Full disclosure, if you pick that you're not interested in that, the slime monster scene is then portrayed as a horror movie scene rather than getting rid of it. Because why? It'd be easier just to cut it and not have that content. But no, I like to go the extra mile. Will I include a toggle in the future to disable certain content? No, because most of the content I'm going to include shouldn't really cross any boundaries. I think Slime Monster is pretty vanilla, pretty generic, even more so than Tentacle Monster. So, I do indeed, Phoenix, and it's not that I like invincible work. It's like it's that I like putting in the effort for you guys. It would be so easy to just, and then you go into this weird place, and then you mash the button, and kind of wander around, and then titties, and then, wow, that was weird. Anyways, more ass, boobies. But like I said, I want to tell a story. My God. Oh, thank you, Vader. Is food avoidable inbound? Oh, yeah, it's avoidable. You don't interact with the fucking character. That's how it's gonna be avoidable. Ever need some writing? I'd love to share with you, Rin. Like, genuinely. Get your insight on some things. So I don't want to spoil anything if you ever do play. If you do have the intent. Thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. It really means a lot to me. Thank you. It's hard to believe it's been 5 months. 1 second. Pull up someone. For effect. Is it set to... There we go. Okay. Hasn't... How people are about it. Neville food, I think. I mean, there's gonna be a femboy added, so... That's right, there's gonna be a femboy. That's who Isla is. Or sorry, wait. What did I need? Arya? Isla? Alright, I forgot to add Isla to this list. There's a whole other character. She's an android. I totally... Wow, how did I forget that? There we go. Fanboy. There we go. Yeah, Isla. Also, I realize I have a lot of A names. Alter, Isla, Arya. Maybe I'll change that. Unironically, someone who doesn't believe things, I actually find myself enjoying it when things I feel get portrayed with more of a horror angle. Yep. I didn't want to go too over the top with the initial one because Ellen loves, you know, Mitsuki, but this will be interesting to see how it progresses. You know, on Space God, just put some numbing stuff on it, like fine. Playing the translation. Let me be. Yeah. They've been told that I'm the one of the first people to act, so you have to. Yeah, no, Squiddy legitimately has told me, without a shadow of a doubt. Maybe don't do that. As androids so far down the totem, what they complain. No, but see, that's the funny thing. Okay, I'm gonna share this and I'm gonna get in there because it's android related. This character has been in my head. I've actually done art of her, since Tumblr. And what she is she's a repurposed stripper / service bot that got bought as like a 4th rate kind of like junker bot, reprogrammed to be a nanny, and then ended up getting, or the Centennial event happened, and then the entire town basically got evaporated of any biological life, including the family she was cared for. And she ends up going across this entire adventure through the city trying to survive, and ends up meeting a whole bunch of different android characters. One of them being a military police fight that got repurposed as a bouncer. He's really funny. He doesn't smoke, but the person programmed him to always produce cigarettes and to put them in like a little clip that's bolted to the side of his robot head. Chris never. Oh yeah, you had it. Sorry. Yeah, no, I've had this character for a long time. And I'm really excited to finally do something with her. Well, enough to know. Yeah, pretty much. Transaway? Well, no, Zero. So the android and the femboy are very different. The femboy has direct ties to avarice. Oh, 1 second, hold on. Howdy, Prometheus. Give me 1 second. Also, Renet's still saying it can't be reached. Give me 1 second. I need to go lock up Tartarus really quick and put the puppies in sleep mode, so 1 second, 1 second. I am back. Oh, howdy Raiders. Mousy. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Howdy, Legren. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. Sorry, wow, what a way to come back to. How are you guys? How is everyone? Hi. There we go. LZ, thank you so much for following. It's wonderful to see you learning around here. Welcome aboard. Anti-updated cat's overrated. Mouse ready to activate, but that is adorable. Serve her, thank you so much for the follow. It's wonderful to see you learning around here. Welcome aboard. How are y'all doing? How are y'all doing? How's your stream? Tell me all about it. We are admittedly about to start tabletop RPG. But welcome Raiders. Hi. How is everyone doing? TARDIS named after the place or the Hailguard? The place. The femboy.
Give me the femboy. His bussy needs to be plowed after Avarice teaches me
My
how
God.
to like it.
Should be open again? Okay, we're trying to figure out how I can get loaded in. Hold on 1 second. There we go. Now we're loaded in. Good stream. Awesome. Super happy to hear it. Puffy's launching grad hammer. UT, thank you so much for UT Mark 4. Thank you so much for following. It's wonderful seeing you around here. Welcome aboard. But yeah, Yeah, hi. We're about to get started here.
Attention, attention, attention. This is a Voimon service announcement. It appears the Sussman has conspired to do another stream on a Thursday a day. They don't stream very, very sus. Be vigilant, chat. This may be a trap from the Tyrant Mund, with lots of deception. Remember, stay hydrated. Give Voy apples love. Yeet them, and send in the gnomes. Enjoy the stream. Klein V2 Heart.
No. No. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and hop in the chat now. I think that's enough talking about, also it's Wednesday. It's enough talking about the game. Because I could sit here and talk about for a while, but we need to talk to people, need to get tossed in, see what they're saying, see how they're doing.
Well, hello to you too, Bullymon.
How you doing, DBZ?
Hello.
Look, all I'm gonna say is we got
Hello.
a femboy to breed and I'm suddenly very busy.
Hello.
How are you two doing?
Doing good.
Doing pretty
How
well.
about yourself? Also, who are you calling yahoos?
To yahoos. Bunch of yahoos.
Little Miss 12 gallon hat cowboy hoedown rodeo mond.
How do you order? Excuse you. How dare you? How dare you?
Is there a way to get the false Ren off the pop-up thing?
No, I don't think so.
Damn.
Yeah, I might be able to elaborate on that or help with that. Let me check something real quick. Where is I know I have an emote for it somewhere. There it is. Okay. I assume. But yeah. Super, super happy for this. I've been looking forward to this for a long time.
I have two.
Me three.
I have quite a lot prepared for what is supposed to be just a downtime session. So we'll see.
Downtime. Things are gonna be going down
Yeah,
indeed.
no, it's just downtime, I promise. There's nothing weird going on here at all.
I'm gonna do what some of my friends did in one of my campaigns, which is spend the next 3 hours trying to buy a table.
Oh no.
Oh,
I
boy.
keep freezing.
Yeah.
Apparently it's not just me.
Actually, like.
Oh, sorry, what?
Right. I didn't lose it on them, but I was like, first I'm like, yeah. So in the future, from now until the end of time, like you've lost your like role playing, like going to the store. From it, like you've lost that. You've lost the ability to do that. Like I'm not doing that again, because like. My character said like, hey, can you go to the store and buy me a table that I can put in my workshop so that I can like fix some stuff? And they're like, yeah, sure, no problem. He's like, yeah, I'll pay you back. And they're like, okay, cool. But then like as soon as they leave, they're like, oh man, I really don't want to pay like $300 for like a good workshop table. So they go to like a mining facility and they're trying to buy rocks. The guy's like, I can make a table out of a rock. Like, I can carve a table. And they're just like, it literally went on for 3 hours that they were trying to get a table. And all they had to do was, like, out of character say, like, I go to the IKEA and buy a table.
Yeah.
It was painful.
Thank you so much for following. It's wonderful to see you there around here.
Mhm.
Welcome aboard.
That's gonna be us today.
I mean, yeah, it might be. We'll see.
Could also burn the place down. Out of your ears. Wait. Only Riz can hear me.
You can try.
Gotta be murder
So-
hobos about it.
On a scale of 1 to platinum pissed, where would you be if somehow, in some way, shape, or form, Nancy managed to like make a hydrogen bomb and just set off and destroyed all of the station, all of
Zero.
Respira's
I would
dream?
not be upset at all. There is one thing, and one thing only, that you can do to make me upset.
Attention, attention, whatever. Apparently, Void
Do you know what that
took an
is?
April prank and set our calendars in the
Spend 4
hive
hours
back
to buy a
day.
table.
How will this
Ding, ding,
impact your daily
ding.
commute?
If you spend
More
4
on
hours
11.
shopping, I will be angry.
Yeah.
Other than
No.
that,
I was gonna say it reminds me. I said the story before of the multi-session combat session where it was nothing but 2 players doing combat and another 2 players just sitting out, and it was 8 hours each session.
Lord help me. I've had so many sessions that just you go to a merchant and that is the session. It is merchant time.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm really excited for this.
I'm also very excited.
Actually, I'm so excited. I'll share this with you, Ren.
Hmm.
If I can sign up. Hold on. Yeah, maybe I'll just open it from a different piece of software. Yeah, here it is. Nope. Do that. I almost used it for tonight, but it's not applicable just yet, so it'll be ready for next session. There you go.
See.
I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna actually sit down and actually make edits to it.
Ooh, I love this.
Yeah.
Pat, you have walked in on a TTRPG.
Oops. There we go. That again. But it's I missed you guys. Well, actually, I hung out with all of you throughout the week a little bit. So
It's
I missed you
true.
guys.
It was, and those were nice. Missed you too, though.
Good.
I need to read Drax's post. I'm curious.
So I fired, but they haven't. Yeah. Actually, I meant to have like a return post, but yesterday was just so nervousness, I guess. So was not sure how to manage myself. And yeah. Shit, I want to read it too.
No, I'm here for it. It's great. This is just a downtime session. I swear, there is nothing strange at all going on in Prospero's dream. It's just a friendly little downtime world.
You say friendly. I hear extremely hostile.
Look, it may be a hive of scum and villainy, but that's not that unusual here.
I'm looking at the things to do thing. I meant to actually make like an itinerary, just like a loose one for me to follow, so I'm gonna write that out. By make, I mean like just list it. So, good. What was it called? Yeah, that one.
I'll talk a little bit about that. I want to kind of introduce some of the new stuff and probably bully Jack into giving a rundown on the dream, since he's the one who knows about it.
That's fair.
But I'll say my piece first. Once Nero's in here and ready to go.
So no. I'm just remembering some of my ideas. Well, that's not dining. And then, wow, I'm so not here. I put dining dash food. That's it.
Powerful.
Yes.
That's powerful.
I still can't get over that picture though. It's like of you and Rita.
Wait, which one?
The one where you're staring down at Ren.
Oh, yeah, with the pocket cat.
Oh god, yeah.
Or a pocket, pocket Nico arc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have
That's,
since learned how to work my gun.
It's too
Oh,
late,
yeah.
you've already been kidnapped.
Okay, I got my stuff together. There we go. I guess I'll go ahead and get us moved over real quick. Oopsie poopsie. I made a widow fucky wucky. There we go.
Now you have to get in the forever box.
Take the forever sweeties. Okay, so it should be this. You know, as cursed as it kind of has made my computer, I'm really glad that I've installed a thing that changed everything to look like Windows 7. It's genuinely made me feel so much happier.
I'm glad. I think Nero just had a moment.
I know.
Got a call from Virgil, it sounds like.
Yeah, that typically happens, Jess. The caterpillars fall on your head. Oh, Lord.
All kinds of fun new things on this map.
Yeah. Guess I'll just do this for now. There we go. I think Twitch is just absolutely like her about destroying everything.
As they're wont to do.
That's interesting. It's...
Shut.
Hello.
Oh.
Oh, hello. Fine, Bezos, yeah. I have to remember I can't switch over to the right. I have to stay locked in.
Stops,
Ugh. I need to do one little announcement. Also, everyone that is new here,
Also, you're muted.
Rico, thank
Nero.
you so much for following. It's wonderful seeing you around here. Welcome aboard. For everyone that's new here, I just want to say that every hour we run 3 minutes worth of ads. This is 100%
on
100% an
stuff.
unfortunate thing that we have to deal with. So here in about 6 minutes, they'll hit for a little bit and then they'll be gone. Again, thank you guys for being patient with me. I hate ads. We all hate ads. It's kind of just what we're forced to do, unfortunately.
My collar's been randomly kind of bugging out, so I may have to reset it. At worst, I mean.
So,
Very
but yeah.
strange.
Damer, thank you so much for
will
the 60
figure
stream
it
streak.
out.
I love to see it. How you doing? It is what it is, yo.
And by we, I mean you. But we'll be
My
patient.
we, I mean thee.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Can't help technical difficulties.
But yeah, how
Oh
have
my-
you guys been?
Pretty
Doing
good.
okay.
I'm very stoked about my
Doing well.
about my new rank in the cyber grind. It makes me feel like an actual gamer for once.
For once.
What rank is that?
I got to wave 38, which for the longest time I was stuck on 29.
But you're still a peasant, though. Or is it commoner?
No. Oh, yeah. Okay, you know what? We don't need to talk about that. Don't listen to Ligrin. Don't listen to Ligrin. Now what are you, Nero? How you be? Aside from the technical difficulties. Actually, I might use this time to go and check on the, what do you call it? The lasagna. I think it should be about ready. Shoot,
Yeah,
I have
go
to take
for it.
off. I have to take off my collar. I need a new thing to do this with. This is suboptimal. Keeps breaking.
Hello?
Oh, hello.
A new Nero.
What's up?
Or
How goes?
classic Nero.
It goes, It goes. My collar's on the fritz. I'm guessing it's the voice synthesizer bugging out. So, I reset it.
Interesting.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Little bit. I wasn't expecting this kind of scuff.
Yeah, it's suboptimal to be sure. Do you need some time to get it figured out, or are we just gonna roll with this? Either way is fine.
I can tweak it as we go.
Okay.
Hopefully I can get the voice working again before my turn comes to talk. Otherwise, I mean,
You are a robot. It isn't that much out of character.
True.
And regardless, we're on a city with all kinds of very human temptations. I don't know what interest a robot would have here.
Fair enough there.
Unless you do, which is an interesting development in and of itself.
I mean, upgrades are never a bad thing for robots.
That's true.
Take me for example. I'm looking at a collar upgrade.
That would be amazing.
Hmm.
I'm very excited for this. I've got all kinds of fun little things to do. Drac.
This isn't the TikTok lady, Drac.
Don't make her get out the
Careful what
TikTok
you wish
lady.
for.
Yeah.
I've had my headset on this whole time. Absolutely adorable, I just want to say.
I'm proud of you.
It's
Yep, like Neff said,
Oh god. Earth swallow me whole.
time for the TikTok lady to come out.
Oh no.
Please no. Get rid of it. Kill it with
please,
fire.
yes.
No,
73 had a malfunction.
Ugh.
no,
You know what?
this is working as intended.
73, I hereby dub you voice broken. That's now one of the things you have to do. You have to get that fixed while you're on Prosperity.
Oh, really?
That is an in-character bit of damage that you've just taken.
You really want to go that way?
No, I really don't, but I'm doing it.
Fine then, let me pull out a truly broken voice.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
man.
Here we go.
No. Vetoed. I refuse.
Veto your veto.
Now you gotta deal with this.
No.
Veto
DM
your veto.
decisions are supposed to torture the players, not the DM.
I see your veto and I veto it.
I am God in this world. I care not.
There's only one way to stop it then, God. You
Oh.
gotta take what you said back.
Okay, I take it back. I take it back. I can't.
Done.
Oh, thank fuck. Thank fuck, that was cursed. Okay.
I'm glad that doesn't work off of the synthesizer.
Ugh. Feel sick
So I
to
got
my
that shit on
stomach.
demand even when things are brokey.
Ugh. I'm
Theo and
ready when you
Brokey.
guys are. That
Now?
shit's cursed.
Very disturbing.
I'm ready too.
Am I?
Or,
Wait.
you know, as ready as I
Calibrate.
can be. With this cursed voice.
Okay. Well, the foundry's up, and I'll give my little rundown.
My cat's trying to steal my garlic bread.
Destroy your cat. I assume you mean Nero.
No. I'd share.
So, welcome.
I know.
The long... Well, let's see. You want to give us a brief little rundown, someone, of what happened last time? Just the highlights is fine. We've got a lot to get through.
I'd love to.
Oh, Earth swallow me whole.
I second this.
Go for it.
No, never mind. I take it
Already
back.
offered. No take backsies.
Nope.
Nope. You offered, and we agreed.
Broken voice privilege.
Nope.
Frick off.
Don't think I wouldn't bully someone who's disabled? Think again.
Yeah, well.
Come on, get to it. What are you gonna
I'll do it
Talk,
then.
what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Talk back to me?
If you want, I can.
No, I'm happy to. So,
Sure, I'm also eating.
last time, the long and short of it is that exploration of the deep continued. They stumbled upon some rather uncomfortable, fleshy tunnels, some really creepy androids, found their way into the sewers by climbing through ventilation shafts, and wound up with our dear android, Miss Issue, getting possessed by the Minotaur, which proselytized a little bit, and seems to have convinced the party that maybe it has something for them to offer. Some hope for Nancy's brother, and maybe a brighter future for humanity, whatever that means. Unfortunately, in the process, the group got severely physically and mentally crippled. Both Jack and Nancy are on the verge of breaking. And Miss Issue, while doing okay from a stress and health perspective, has had some existential breakdowns. Anything really to add on top of that?
I'd say speak for yourself as far as the only future that the Minotaur could offer Jack that he would have wanted was any future not where he was at that particular moment.
You know, the Minotaur might look a little fucked up, but what's that supposed to mean? Anyway, the decision was ultimately made that a vacation was in order. A trip away from the deep, away from the bell, to get away from all the crazy shit going on. And the vacation destination is a place called Prospero's Dream. Arcady helped bribe your way through the blockade, which cost you a pretty penny. Collectively, you've had to pay 100,000 credits to get back out of the blockade. Next time it'll be a whole lot more, they know you now. Once you arrive at Prospero's Dream, it's going to cost about 16,000 credits to refuel, 2,000 to dock for a week, 200 for a week's worth of oxygen for the two humans. Miss Issue here gets a free pass. Split three ways, it's getting rounded up from 39,400 to 40,000 even each, to account for taxes, silly little fees, and my complete unwillingness to haggle over 600 credits apiece when you've got 100,000 and two eyeballs worth just as much in your pockets.
I, however, will haggle because I'm at 79,000 and 39,000 would be more round of a number for me than 40.
Jack, for you, we'll do 2,000 on top.
Call it the Jack special.
No, if 39,400 works for you, that's fine. You've got enough money that, how do I put this? Jeff Bezos don't give a shit about dollar bills. That's kind of what we're looking at right now.
Now I just need to spend 549 credits and I'll have exactly 40,000.
You can do whatever you'd like there.
And then we'll be playing...
but I am going to have
40,000.
everyone take out 39,400 credits from their totals.
You said 49,000?
39,400. Because
39,400.
Mr. Matthias Lund is a pedant.
Hey, I like round numbers, alright?
That is an ugly number.
It's less ugly than it would have been at 40k.
If you say so.
Oh.
Okay.
I have to.
So, ready for me to continue?
Yeah, one second.
Yeah, no worries.
Sorry, I'm still trying to fiddle with my collar. Can you repeat the number one more time?
I'll put it into chat. There you go.
Drac, you see, if I'm down 39k, I'm
Perfect.
closer to having 40k credits.
Okay. So I've already dealt with a certain amount of the logistics, background stuff regarding stress recovery and conversion. The way your time on Prospero's Dream will work is like this. Each of you will have 5 opportunities to relieve and convert stress while on Prospero's Dream. Each time you do, you will gain 1 point that you can freely add to a save of your choice. You will also relieve 1d4 plus 2 stress. You don't have to remember that, I'll remind you. And you can do more than 5 things on the dream. That's not a problem at all. But you'll only get 5 points to upgrade your stats. And you'll only get that boosted sanity recovery 5 times. That means that you'll gain 5 points for your stats and recover between 15 and 30 stress, depending on your rolls. So as long as you're active on the station, you should be able to fully heal your stress. Granted, you can gain stress while you're here too. Prospero's Dream is a massive space station with a population of over 8 million. And that's only counting the people they want to count. It's haphazard, disorganized, overcrowded.
Nice, thank you.
with
142
hustlers
straight
and criminals
goals.
of all stripes. But it's
Thank you.
also a thriving metropolis to get lost in, have fun in. Drinking, dancing, gambling, VR games, cyberware, sightseeing, shopping, but not too long. All kinds of stuff to do. You don't have to exclusively try to relieve stress while you're there either. You could explore the station and learn about it, the people that live on it, which you'll probably do a fair amount of in the process of relieving your stress anyway. A couple things do bear mentioning though. Even if you don't sell any of the stuff you found, you have a lot of money. Like, I can't understate. The Deep is worth a lot of money. Even just the short time you've been there, you've come out of it doing fantastically. You've got 40,000 credits each. 20 credits is enough to get by for a day. A fancy cocktail is 20 to 30. 200 credits a day is enough to eat the best food the station has to offer 3 meals a day. A night in a fancy private room with an extremely well-paid friend is 1,500 credits. Even the most luxury hotels will only cost a couple thousand credits a night. So unless you're trying to buy cyberware, spacecraft, information, power, or specialty weapons, money is basically no object. Something I do want to emphasize about Prospero's Dream, though, is yes, it's your downtime location, but there is much, much more that meets the eye. So, questions, comments, concerns? You know what kind of well-paid friend that is.
Well, so when we the station, dropping in as we have, are we? What's our immediate situation like? Or are we just kind of like kids
I'll
let
get
loose in a
into
kingdom?
that.
Okay.
I'm more asking any questions from you three before we get into character.
Let me take a look at the map because I think I had one.
Yeah, let's take a quick look around.
You have an overview for everyone.
One of you has already been to Prospero's Dream before. Jack, would you care to share a little bit?
Yeah, so anything you...
Actually, perhaps we should wait until we're in character for this.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I think the only other thing I want to cover before we get into it is there is a new mechanic that I'd like to introduce for downtime. You can see it on the bottom left corner of that blank map that I've got set up. So, I may ask you to do what I'm going to affectionately call a vibe check. Essentially, what you're rolling is 1d something minus 1d something. And this is how successful are you at some arbitrary activity? How good are you at the thing? If you're really bad at it, you're going to be rolling 1d4 minus something. If you're literally the best in the world, you're going to be rolling 1d20 minus something. If that thing is very difficult for you to do, you're going to be rolling with a penalty of 1d20. This system exists for one reason and one reason alone. Deep in my heart, I want to get people to argue with me about how good they are at some arbitrary random activity. I want to hear Nancy try and make a case for why she would be good at dancing on a table while drunk, so I can then say, sure, you can be a good dancer, but we're pushing at levels of drunk. And I want to see either the crushing failure or the incredible victory when she attempts that. So we'll see how this plays out. But I think it'll be an interesting way to approach it. For the purposes of the players, feel free to try and negotiate with me on those rolls. That is half the point. If you think your character should be good at something, for any reason, let me know, and we'll see how it plays into things.
Okay. I really like
Sounds
that.
good.
Will do.
Okay. So, you are currently on a shuttle headed toward Prospero's Dream. There are a couple of other people on this shuttle currently, but for the most part, you're in your own little compartment tucked away in the back, able to talk amongst yourselves in relative privacy. You shouldn't be too far away from the dream, and In the distance, you might even start to be able to see it as you come closer. Jack, if you want to kind of enlighten these people about what they're getting into, you have spent a fair amount of time on the dream and collected some postcards that I'll start to reveal as your memory gets jogged.
Sounds good. So, Jack's just kind of sitting back, I think. Not being a rubber-necked looky-loo looking out the window. He doesn't seem to care that much. If he catches either Nancy and or Issue looking, I don't know if either of them would be.
Nancy would probably be staring out the window. Just passive interest.
He would probably mention like, "But tis your first time on the dream?"
Well, this station, yeah. But I've been on, fair amount of other stations. Looks mighty big.
And what's the biggest one you've been on so far?
That'd probably be San Jacinto over about by Jupiter. It was doing some atmospheric farming, processing, heavy mineral refinery. Turns out that there were some what they labeled as ore clouds that would kind of drum up stuff from the deeper core of the planet. And that thing was huge. It was fairly large. Mostly just industrial-sized machinery that you had to crawl around on all fours in. But there were a few places you could stand up.
So like 100, 200?
What, people?
Yeah.
Sure, I'm not too sure if I'm honest with you. It's a bit of a skeleton crew because it was either automated or had people go out and fix the automated procedures. If I had to reckon, probably a couple thousand across the whole thing.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. I think this is gonna be the biggest place you've ever been in your life.
Big as in...
Jack, you would know...
8 million souls, give or take a million or two
Oh,
on that
doggy,
station.
that's a lot of people.
Yeah.
The dream is far from the biggest or even the most populated, but it's by far the densest populated station. There isn't a city to compare to it.
I imagine kind of like Kowloon Walled City.
Yeah, very much
so.
Oh,
that's cool. I love Kowloon.
Made famous in Jack Black's 2042 movie, Kowloon Opera.
Tell Hazard, thank you.
Which was a cyberpunk musical set in the Kowloon Walled City, where he was speaking Mandarin the whole time.
Shit.
But it was all AI generated Mandarin because he doesn't actually speak Mandarin.
So I just AI dubbed over it.
But with his voice. It was an AI speaking Mandarin with his voice, dubbing over his own voice.
It's still barely audible.
That is absolutely atrocious. I hate that.
I'm glad.
So, Jack, what do you think these people need to know about the dream before they get into it?
Alright. What about you, Goldilocks? You used to, the hustle and bustle of the city?
Oh.
Like
Think,
Nero's
yeah.
voice problem.
No worries, no
Well,
worries.
Hello?
Good.
There she is.
hello.
Okay, my bad.
All good.
Well, not exactly.
So you know how to behave in such a place? I had always kind of guessed that you'd be more comfortable in a sterile corporate environment.
I know how to behave in an office setting, true.
How about a shithole?
Can't say I do.
That's slightly concerning. I was hoping out of the two of you, at least one of you would have some street sense.
Well, I grew up in an active Civil War zone, so I don't know if that counts at all.
No offense, Miss Nancy, and I mean this with the highest respect, but if you had Rube tattooed on your forehead, at least that would make people stop and start to wonder if you were trying to play mind games with him.
Oh.
We weren't all manufactured in the lower end production districts. I'm sorry to say.
Oh, manufactured into lower end logistics. That's a new one. I'll add that to my repertoire of things to start a fight with if someone says to me in a bar. Well, if that's the case, I feel like I may be having to play babysitter while we're here. The place is relatively safe. At least, there's parts of it that are safe. Safer than others. Where, at most, someone might try to cheat you out of a few credits or something of the sort. But if you go to the wrong place, well, you're like to wake up without your kidneys if you're lucky.
I mean, it sounds a bit familiar to me, but hey, what do I know?
It's... Folks might seem nice at first in a lot of the place. And they're the ones that you got to watch out for. It just...
You know what? Let me just put it like this: Civil War, ghetto, slum, high society. It don't matter. Everything comes at a cost. Everything has a price, and some things are more expensive than others. If it's the same here, which I'm guessing it probably is, that means there's probably some sort of social situation where people will act in accordance to it. And if you think that I ain't got the lick of sense about me to know not to put my own foot in my mouth when I'm around dangerous individuals, let me tell you, some things in life are extremely expensive, which I'm sure that you know that for sure.
Prospero's dream can be summed up with, you get away with what you can get away with.
Yeah. And I
So-
know it. Food, oxygen, life, everything has a price, and sometimes a little bit more pricier than others.
Fortunately, I don't think you'll have much to worry in my case. I can't imagine there's very much a unit of my series will find of interest here, other than some Lucent brand upgrades maybe.
I was wondering about that actually. What an android does for rest and relaxation. I'm sure they might have some kind of, service center or something of the sort. A mineral bath or whatever it is that you people do.
Nancy's gonna make with her visible face with the "you people" comment. And just kind of slink back in her chair a little.
Well, usually a backup would put us at ease.
Jack would catch that like face and be like, what? Like, would you rather that I refer to Goldilocks as you ting?
Nah, just not necessarily maybe the verbiage I would have gone for, but that's just me. You know, I didn't grow up on your side of the solar system, your side of the. Actually, where are you from?
The moon of Titan, actually.
Oh. I
It's a bit of
mean,
a shithole.
I mean, I guess the stank just never washed
My
off with all that
condolences.
methane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it poisons your mind, really. The whole place is old, considering it was one of the first, was one of the first locations for human settlement within the solar system. So, yeah, very old and run down. But you did mention actually something to keep note of, and you'll see the rules when we get in. But you do have to pay for oxygen once you're there. You got to keep your O2 card, your O2 cred stick on you at all times. Not just for identification and whatnot, but to use it to track you around the station. It's got a fob built into it. So if you want to sneak away at any time, you gotta ditch it. But if you're caught without it, you get sent to Doptown, which isn't where you want to end up.
What in tarnation's Doptown?
Doptown, short for deoxygenated people's town.
Deoxygenated?
Anytime. Yep. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, to keep the place at a lower oxygen level, and they put any debtors or criminals, debtors, mostly debtors, really. Anyone who can't afford the part of the station that has with all the air, they get stuck into a slum that has enough air.
Sounds just
So everyone in
peachy.
there is all oxygen starved. Mm-hmm. We will be going there at one point, actually. I have a friend I got to meet. Who might be interested in them eyes that we picked up on the station.
Oh, I guess so. Makes sense. Just a hell of a time to lose my suit.
Don't worry, we can get you a new one. I
Yeah,
actually
but-
had something in mind for that.
Oh yeah?
What is that side? Yeah, don't worry about it. I'll have it handled once we get there. What else? Yeah, the Doptown's the kind of place that you'd get attacked just for having an air tank on you, so you have to exude a certain aura.
Well, I can't imagine that taking a Lucent brand high-class android down there is going to do very well, so might have to cover up 73 or something.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to be going down there with an android, especially one of her proportions and build quality. She'd be ripped apart for copper, and the copper and wire stripped right out of her in a jiffy.
Well, actually, I'll have you know, most high-grade androids don't use copper. They switch to a gold and silver standard.
Okay, even worse then. There's
Well,
not.
they're free to try.
Yeah, well, I'd rather not have to go shooting people left and right just because we're going to see my old friend.
I self-detonate upon being opened up without proper lucent grade tools.
Wait a minute,
I
y'all
hope
didn't tell
that's
me
a
that.
small-
Is that true?
No, but you believed me.
I mean, I rolled with that.
You might not want to be saying that to the customs agents. They take anything that can cause a hull breach very seriously. They might insist that we stick you in a locker if they were to think that.
I doubt that some cyberware sold on board involves explosives.
Perhaps on to low grade. Well, actually, you probably could get high grade, high yield explosives onto black market. Which, speaking of, if you want to sell anything there, you will need a seller's license of, I think it's 2,000 credits or something.
Correct.
Oh,
If you want
Ain't
to sell
that-
something legally.
Yeah,
ain't that
that is
sweet.
if you want to do it legally. Yeah, well.
I mean, we aren't exactly doing anything super legal, so.
Short of their contrabands, there isn't really anything like illegal per se on the station.
So, short of the illegal stuff, there ain't nothing illegal.
Yeah, pretty much. That's a good way of putting it. Laser cutters, explosives, signal jammers, bioweapons, EMP tech. That's on the no-go list.
Yeah, I could understand EMP tech.
But yeah, we'll probably be going to Doptown at some point to meet my friend. Although if you're both disinclined to visit such a place, maybe I could have him meet us at one of the bars or something.
Might actually be a little bit better.
Up to you two. This place is like the place I grew up in, the place I've spent so many more years in, so there ain't a street dirty or scummy enough or dangerous enough that really bothers me anymore.
That bothers me. I like my oxygen.
That's fair. Well, if we went in, you'd have a rebreather, of course. We might want to hire a guard with us. We can decide when we get there. But what about the two of you? I mean, I know my way around there. And I guess, given, you know, that both of you were willing to put your necks out for me in the deep, the least I could do is, guide you around and keep you safe on the dream.
That's mighty kind of you.
So, let me know what kind of sights, sounds, experiences, or otherwise you're interested in, and I could probably take you somewhere.
Well,
to hook you up.
chivalry isn't dead after all.
Pirates
Friend of
got
pirate,
a code
no
of
less.
honor. For the moment, you two are the closest thing I got to a crew, and there's a code to be had with you and your crew.
Fair.
I got some friends I'll be wanting to see, and I've got my vices that I like to visit. Miss Nancy, I'll assume... Don't take this the wrong way, but I assume you're into ladies, yeah?
I don't discriminate.
Well, there's a place for that.
Wait, hold up. Wait.
Also-
What do you mean you assume that I'm into ladies?
Well, I saw how you were making eyes at Goldilocks over there.
No. Just because I can appreciate some fine machinery and some fine androids does not necessarily mean that just because she's female in shape that I'm necessarily interested in her just because she's female. You see, I am an opportunistic hedonist of every regard, just so you know.
I would argue that's robophilic rather than any sort of gender bias.
Yes, exactly.
What about a folk who might like a lady robot but not a boy robot?
Damn it, one.
Is that robophilic, or is that a preference of?
Stop.
Well, then they're robisexual.
Robisexual. That's great.
Don't mind. I'm not discriminating. I certainly ain't got grounds to stand on in that regard.
No, yeah?
So I take it in that case that you want a separate room from Goldilocks then. Not interested in saving a few credits and bunking up together?
No. So Nancy's gonna like kind of get like that C.O. Julie flustered look. Nah, you just hold.
At least she knows what she likes. Otherwise, she would be Roby curious.
I did not.
Jack's gonna like hold up his index fingers and his thumbs, making like an L shape with both hands, so it's like, you know, the bottom half of a square. And he's gonna like trace it across like Nancy's forehead and be like, Rube.
Just slap his hand away. Now you just shut your mouth, alright? If we have to save credits, that's fine. I don't have any problem with that. I'm just... Boy.
You categorically do not need to save credits.
No, yeah.
Like, that's not even a good excuse and you know it.
No, yeah. It's been a hot minute since Nancy's got all like flustered since you know, everything that happened on the deep.
Alright.
What?
Like I said, as whatever you prefer.
All joking
Normally,
aside.
I charge per hour, but I could alter my rates to Earth Nights. Just for you, Nancy.
Oh my word. Oh my stars and
What is your golden rate, Goldilocks?
More than you can afford.
Well, in that case, I might just make do with the company on the station.
So yeah, what kind of company's that?
Whatever I feel like at the moment. I don't discriminate.
Alright, that's fair.
He grins like he could tell that like, or he gets the impression that Nancy was trying to like get at him in some way. Yeah, there's a whole club for that kind of thing. It's called the Ecstasy.
I think I can rightly imagine what goes on there. Though I do have one actual question. It's gonna hold up her suited arms. Is there like a medical wing or something? I didn't really get fixed up back at the Bell.
Yeah, of course. The first place I'm going to be going is to take a shower and clean my clothes, because I still smell of sewage.
Very wise.
Yeah. I couldn't tell. I got kind of nose blind to it.
That's fair. Besides that, there's clubs, there's high rollers, very expensive executive areas. You name it, they got it, really. And one thing you might be interested in, not to stick my nose where it don't belong, Miss Nancy, Regarding your brother, not knowing all the details beyond what you said to the Minotaur in the flesh tube, there's something on the station called leaving, if you ever heard of that.
Yeah, y'all won't need to worry about that. It's a little bit more complicated.
Well, if you're curious, Leavers can make a whole new body implanted with a user's memories installed into it.
It's a little bit more complicated. But
Okay.
I appreciate
fair
it.
enough. I ain't going to dig. It's into millions of credits cost in any case, so
Yeah, it is.
just wanted to put that out there. Although one thing I might do is I might have a backup of my brain made while we're here. Not because I think that would be me. I'm pretty sure that wouldn't be, but I'm curious because they say the deep changes you, right? Memories that ain't yours, etc. I'd be curious next time we come back to compare my scanned in to what I remember in the future. Might give me a frame of reference for what is real and what isn't.
I mean, by that logic, follow the same question of whether or not this is actually happening in real time, or you're just remembering it actively. Maybe this is all just leading up to the
Yeah.
actual emergence.
Well, at that point, we're into the deep philosophies of if anything is real or if we're stuck in a dream world, etc. And I don't bother with that deep of a philosophizing.
It's quiet.
Interesting. It might also be worth sending a copy of your backup to Lucent, much like I do, for safekeeping.
I don't think being in a corporate library is what I would consider safekeeping.
Why not?
Because I'm a pirate. I'm decidedly the kind of person that corporations do not like.
There's no safer place for your personal information.
Well, you're making a hard sell in any case. But
I'm just saying, the spam emails are well worth it.
I'm more worried about the thought that if I were to send a copy of my mind to Lucent, it wouldn't just be tortured for all eternity.
That, I'm afraid I'm under NDA.
Yeah, that's a little telling. But other than that, yeah, if you got things that you like, I don't really know what kind of things you all enjoy. But let me know and I'm sure I can arrange something.
What about you, Nancy? Care to sell your data to the highest bidder?
Oh, well, that might already have some ties to Lucent, so on account of me doing scout work for them over the years? Something like that. My first mission
After
actually
having
was
fixed my internal systems, you do technically count as a Lucent Mechanics contractor, and therefore are eligible for a Lucent employee discount.
well, like I said, the offer's definitely presented. And it's nice to know that being the second Lucent android that I've worked on, I've finally gotten some recognition. But I think they might have more than enough data on me, we'll say.
Fair.
What about the two of you as far as rest and relaxation go? I have a bit of an interest in, well, you know, I like to play cards. I also, on a place like this, a little bit of the Chinese tobacco suits me just fine.
I mean, well, typically if I'm resting, I'm either sleeping or, though I don't really do it much anymore. I used to spend my time in bars, just kind of like hop around. Though I've been kept so busy lately that I haven't really had much time for that much R&R aside from just recovering.
Stars above, it's like you ain't even living.
Kind of hard to do that when half is dead.
Yeah, well, that's still a whole half of you that's, that can enjoy itself.
Can't rightly say that that's necessarily the same philosophy that I abide by, but I'll see what I can find. You said there's something for everyone here, so we'll see.
Rightly so. Considering that you're spending upwards of near 40,000 credits just to get here and back. Best to make the most of it. Don't spend the whole time wallowing or picking true wires or whatever you'd normally do to be, and he makes like air quotes with his fingers up, productive.
Listen.
If it comes to that much, I'm gonna have to drag you somewhere to have fun.
Don't you worry about me. I'll find something. Though it is kind of cute that you're taking such a vested interest in it.
Well, like I said, the two of you are what amounts to a crew, and, well, you also stuck your necks out for me, so I want to see your interest repaid. What about you, Goldilocks?
One second.
All good.
All the time you need. Oh. I will say I need to march my little ass up and get fixed up.
That's fair.
I may see about having my subsystem scrubbed for any malware. Especially after my recent HUD glitches, and maybe a full black box backup to be sent back to Lucent. That would bring me much peace of mind.
Okay then, so in that case, we'll deal with the upkeep chores first. I'll take Miss Nancy to the clinic. I'll take you to the what would be the term? Roboticist or the upkeep? I don't know. Whatever it's called, whatever you'd call it. And then I'll go down and get myself a shower and clean my clothes. And while we're doing that, think of something that you'd like to do.
I mean, it sounds like a plan to me.
And I got at least something in mind for where we can start things off. A little bit of a tradition. Well, yeah, a bit of a tradition when it comes to Prospero's dream. There's a place that most people like to start. So once we get there, I'll take you to, to where you need to go, and then I'll come collect you once you're done. I shouldn't take long. I'm not one to linger and shower and much.
I might request to go last, just because I do have a bit of a, I say this jokingly, but a bone to pick with Rin about cyberware.
Interesting. Totally fair.
Put him up.
I'm letting you dig your own grave. You can do what you'd like.
Delightful. I'm sure that'll go well.
They don't record
With
it.
that, Jack would just sit back, I think, and just kind of be like, all right, well, like I said, if you got any questions about the place or whatever, like, I ain't been here for a while in any case, but I more or less know my way around, and I won't charge you nothing for the to be a guide.
That's mighty kind of you. Though, really just want to make sure I get these wounds tended to before they get infected. Weren't really in the cleanest places, and I don't think synth milk is especially all that clean, especially considering where it came from.
You would know, but don't you worry. They got top class clinics on the station.
Okay. So, as you continue to kind of approach the Prospero's dream, you start to see what looks like a pinwheel with yellow kind of blades sticking off it, approaching closer and closer as you head toward the center of it. It's slowly spinning in a way that you would recognize, all of you, having spent enough time in space, is a means to generate artificial gravity. It's not immediately apparent just how big it is until you're almost inside it. It's massive. You would guess that walking around the edge of this thing would probably take you the better part of a day just to do a lap around it. The shuttle that you're on enters slowly, and the dock that you come into is narrow at first. It's difficult for the pilot to navigate it, and gradually kind of arms come out of the sides of the walls and grapple onto this ship, pulling it into a hangar bay port. It's all very sudden, quick, streamlined, and it seems like the pilot is very used to this. There's a bit of a commotion as people gather their things and prepare to disembark long before the doors open, just like on any airplane. And before too long, the doors eventually click open. You come out onto the dry dock, and you see, well, do you leave the station? Or do you leave the ship, rather?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Jack will just file off pretty no issue.
Yeah. Coming out into the dry dock, you would see just sparks flying, smoke from engines. All kinds of crews are working on craft, trying to get them up and running. Shipbuilders scurry around, some hanging from scaffolding with suspenders, just dangling above massive ships here. The dry dock itself is actually hundreds of small ports. But Jack, you would recognize this one in particular. You are in Dry Dock 16, which is well known for being where someone you're rather familiar with has his office, Loesch.
Okay. I assume there's like a customs agent that we'd have to deal with first?
That would be Loesch.
Okay.
So as you disembark, you can see that everyone is kind of being ushered towards a door labeled Clean Room.
Follow along, I think.
There are signs here and there that have little diagrams on them of people taking off their clothes, getting sprayed down for decontamination. This definitely wasn't here the last time you were here. This is totally unfamiliar to you. and the signs look very new. As you kind of approach this door, you would see that it opens up into a Spartan concrete room divided between male, female, and other. You can pick which path you'd like to take.
Well, Nance will mosey on down the female route.
Yeah, I think Jack will go down the male route.
Regardless of the route that you take, you would be met with a group of people, 5 individuals, wearing bright green hazard suits. They give instructions. Everyone has to take off their clothes. You need to get decontaminated before we'll let you aboard the ship. Most of them have foam guns, disinfectant foam guns, but there is one down at the end of the hall that holds a pulse rifle.
Yeah, Jack seems pretty fine to comply. He would comment like, I don't remember this last time I was here. You got a big sick scare or something going on?
Something like that. Hung lungs. And they'll...
Issue chose an androgynous model with a 5090 Pat.
Yeah.
Fair enough. You would still get sprayed down all the same. It's, they at least had the courtesy to warm up the spray, but they do make you strip down completely. It's, not exactly a graceful thing, and they bag up your clothes. They do provide you with something to change into, though.
Nancy's gonna... I can't assume it feels good in cuts, so...
No, it definitely doesn't, and you would be a bit of a bloody mess. Almost as much as,
Night, thanks so much for subscribing. I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me. Thank you.
Jack would be.
Yeah, Nancy, if audible, Nancy probably heard in the other room screaming from screaming a whole litany of southern curses.
Yeah, Jack would do like... I think all my injuries are actually not, like, I don't have any cuts, because my injuries were from getting clocked in the face by Nancy and then the bum stim pack.
One sec.
Do you think Nancy could have healed that bad stim pack by following like medieval tradition of bleeding the wound or bleeding the illness out? Get her humors in line.
Potentially.
What was it? Dry, wet, yellow. No, Night, that's color. What was
Bile.
it? Oh yeah, your bile. Yeah. Yeah, well, you know.
Bile, blood. Right,
Wait.
those are the 4 fluids that are
Yeah,
related.
hold on, wait. No, but there's a balancing method. It's like dry, wet, and then 2 others.
Was it hot and cold?
Oh, high and cool. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Has to... Nancy just descends on the synth flesh because it's wet, and it would be probably hot, and because she's bleeding, so that would be making her dry and cold. So to balance it, she just see, it works. It makes sense.
Is that how that works?
To me, you can't fault the logic. It kind of makes sense.
It kind of makes sense.
I think
It's
I would
like-
pass on letting her try to bleed me for that.
Well, I mean, in a weird way, were working with the best of their knowledge, and in a general sense, it kind of made sense. You know, your temperature's high, so you gotta drink something cold or something like that. So, it's not breaking bones in over a fire and chanting, but it's also not modern technology or modern medicine. So, there was some good to it.
Okay. So all of you are decontaminated. I presume you change into the clothes that you're provided with.
Yeah, Jack would ask, like, Bill's gonna be washed then?
You're free to wash them.
No, he's gesturing to, like, his clothes that are in the bag.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Oh,
No, they've already been decontaminated and they're soaking in decontamination fluid inside the bags currently.
Oh.
They're sopping wet.
Decontamination jelly.
Dried and pressed.
The man in the hazmat suit looks at you for a moment as if trying to decide how much he cares about upsetting you, and then just ushers you along and says, keep it moving, as people continue on behind.
Yeah, shakes his head and goes along.
This man's not on the grind, clearly. Doesn't want extra bucks.
From the clean room lets out into a hallway that you can decide which path you'd like to take here. There's one that goes, it's got a label that says that it goes towards Prospero's dream. And then there's one towards the hangar bay. The hangar bay, Jack, you would know, is just where the ships are kept after they've been docked, while people are waiting to leave.
And where's Losh's office in relation to this?
Losh's office would be along the path to Prospero's dream, just before entering the clean room.
So it's like behind us?
No, it's onward still.
Okay. Well, Jack would just start making his way down that way in that case. No word.
Yeah.
Once the other two had come along, if anyone was like after him, he would wait for the others if need be.
Yeah.
Okay. You continue down the path towards Prospero's dream. The corridor is very well lit, almost like a lab. But as you continue down, the lights start to get softer, a little bit darker, and pick up some color coming from the city beyond. You do see off to your right as you're walking down the hallway a few doors for various different people working in the docks, and one of them is labeled Losh.
Okay. Jack would kind of look at the other two girls and be like, just 1 second, I just want to pop in and see if my mate's in. One of the people I know.
Take your time.
Yeah, you're welcome to come in if you like. With that, he would just kind of knock on Losh's door and then just wait a moment, basically.
Okay. You wait for just a moment, and 1 second. And eventually the door opens. You hear someone moving around inside before, and then the handle turns, pops open, and you see a man who you remember being very different. He used to be a rather imposing figure, but now he's gotten larger. He's a very sedentary-looking gentleman. He's got stark white hair and a face that's marked by broken capillaries and sun damage from decades of alcohol abuse. you can see off behind him that there's a four-armed exoskeleton kind of leaning against the wall, motionless at the moment. There's a cheap cigar dangling from his lips, and he takes a look at you, takes a puff of smoke, and then kind of squints. You know I'm not going to make things easier on you just because you're talking to me before going customs.
He goes like, Blush. Wow, not even a hello. Like, how long's it been? Come on.
3 years or so, I think.
That's about right. I'm just popping in to say hi. What, you think that little of me?
You've already tried smuggling things past me once.
I don't have a ting that isn't customs approved this time, I promise.
Are you sure about that?
Positive. I'll let you search me yourself if you fancy.
You can come in if you'd like.
Just popping by for a wee bit. I was curious what's going on with the decontamination, though. There an outbreak on the station?
He grimaces slightly. It's hard to know really for sure what's going on. There's an unusual illness going around. I don't really know enough I don't know enough that I can really share, Jack. We're worried about something getting in.
I'm not gonna have to... This ain't gonna be a case of paying 10,000 credits for a N9,500 mask, is it?
No, just keep out of the choke.
Yeah, well that's the rule most of the time, ain't it?
Yeah, but more than usual.
Interesting.
I love that, by the way.
What, the N9,500 or 9,500 mask?
And 9,500. Cursed.
Well, that's interesting.
What's interesting?
Well, I just never seen this place quite like that. Is there travel restricted between the choke and the rest of the place? More than usual, that is.
The same as always. Make sure you keep your chit with you, don't lose it or you won't get back.
Of course.
The only change, really, if you go down any further, if you go down to the sink, they're not going to let you back in without testing.
Imagine that, going down to the sink. Thank you very much. I've been in the deep lately, so that's enough of a hellscape nightmare dungeon for me. Thank you very much. I came here to relax.
It raises an eyebrow when you mention the deep. Find anything interesting?
He kind of shrugs. He's like, we ain't, me and my two mates here ain't got too deep yet, but I got some of them pearls, I think they're called.
Nods a little bit. We're not really sure what to make of them, but someone's interested in them, I'm sure. There's Go on.
Yeah, as long as someone's interested enough to pay for it.
There's a...
Testing for what, exactly?
I don't think I'm really allowed to talk about it very much. There's something with the cyberware. It's... he grits his teeth. He knows you really can't say very much about it, and Jack would know he's not gonna be pushed.
Yep. Jack nods and goes like, yeah, well, tell you what, maybe I'll swing by later with a drink and we can catch up. since it's been a while, but I gotta take my my mates here to get patched up and whatnot.
Loesch grimaces at the mention of a drink and says, "Thank you, but I don't do that anymore."
Huh. Stars above. You quit?
Yeah, it's been 7 months now.
Oh, well, shit. Congratulations on getting onto Wagon then.
He nods and smiles. When are you?
Well, my heart's still ticking, so, I'll get back to you when that stops.
He gives you kind of a grim smile and then nods.
Between
See
you
you
and me, I
around.
don't... Between you and me, I don't think that's the thing that's gonna put me under.
He laughs and nods a little.
Oh, maybe I'll bring by something alcohol-free. See about Dodosh.
Pleasure seeing you again.
It kind of wave and head off a bit.
Okay. You would continue down the hallway and eventually reach a customs checkpoint. You would each kind of get in your own line, and a clerk would ask each of you if you have anything that you want to declare.
6 marbles from the deep for resale.
I
And
got
my gold
much.
rat, personal.
Oh. So, I mean, I guess I got much. I guess I got the crab crusher, but and that's mine. Don't worry, it ain't gonna breach no holes.
Yeah, they don't seem terribly interested in the crab cracker. They do take a little bit of an interest in the marbles. Miss Issue, do you have anything to declare?
She just has the eyes on us. I don't recall.
Actually, let me check.
I guess
Many things, but none of them contraband.
I guess I do have the eyes.
Are you going to mention them?
I'd say like. I don't think so, because normally like that's not normal contraband. So.
Okay.
Well, you'd be like, yeah, I got some cybernetics on me. Not implanted. Inert.
The clerk just nods.
She might start listing all the things on her person, like her cigarettes and lighter and so on. Annoyingly thorough.
The woman in front of you, Issue, just dutifully continues to take down a complete list of everything you have on your person. They seem neither bothered nor upset or anything by this. They just keep going, ticking things down one thing at a time.
Oh, I do have this. So produce the spider that's still rattling around in the mostly empty bottle of pseudo milk.
The clerk in front of you would look at it with a bewildered expression on their face. They pause. What is that it's sitting in?
We had a bit of an incident, and it's the bottle burst, and we were at a pseudo milk factory, and it kind of selling it. So don't pay it no mind.
Is it a biohazard?
No, completely synthetic.
He
Nancy,
pauses.
it isn't normally polite to show your figurines in jars of milky substances.
Aww.
The jar.
Oh look, I'm just.
Go on.
No, it's okay.
Please stop showing people it.
Want to show people my milky jar as much as I want. Thank you very much.
He pulls out a communicator and pushes a button and kind of starts speaking in a hushed tone.
Oh
And
no.
before long, you see a very tired-looking Loesch walking towards you in his little exoskeleton, just clump, 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 clump towards you. And he looks at Jack first, gives him a bit of a sigh, and then turns to Nancy and
He
picks
just
up
holds
the
up his
jar.
hand. He just holds up his hand, say like, "I ain't done nothing."
He turns it, kind of sloshes it around, looks at the clerk, and lets out a heavy sigh. It's just pseudo milk. Let them go.
Takes a taste like a true professional.
He does not need to taste it to know.
Blah, 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 blah.
He hands it back to Nancy and kind of grumbles and clumps back to his office.
I dispute all hydrate.
Jack will look at the customs agent dealing with Nancy and be like, I taught the staff didn't discriminate on a person's tastes here."
Turns out they do. He just sighs, looks defeated, and waves you through. Before actually waving you through, all three of you would be given an O2 chit. It is a small object about 4 centimeters long, 1 centimeter wide. It has a little bar on the side of it and a readout that displays the current amount of currency loaded onto it. You can load as much or as little of your currency onto it as you would like. You can get it back when you leave, but this is the only way to deal in currency while on this station.
And it's like okay.
You're each given a warning too, that if you run out of money on the card to pay your oxygen tax, you will be sent to the choke.
It's a
I
sci-fi
was worried
state.
I wouldn't get my oxygen.
Sci-fi state
He looks at
mandated
you.
crypto wallet.
We're working on an energy tax.
State mandated NFTs.
Working on doesn't mean implemented yet.
He says nothing.
Yep. Remind me, how much is it per day usually?
It's 10 credits. It's nothing.
I'll put 200 on, and you can always top it up later, right?
So this is your only way to have credits on the station. Like, this is your money on the station.
Oh, okay, right. But it can be topped up?
Yeah, you would have to come back here, which is a bit of a trek, but yes.
For now, I guess I'll put 10 grand on it.
Okay.
Is there actually here, so out of curiosity, how much for lack of better terms, how much money does Jack, how much money do people usually walk around with on this this here station? Don't necessarily want to be carrying a fat purse, if you know what I'm saying.
Depends on what part of the station you're in. High rollers, millions. Million wouldn't be out of the ordinary. If you have specific jobs in mind or things that you knew doing specifically, you know, like a sleeve I said was into millions. Just for your day-to-day. Well, it depends on what kind of fun you like to have, but I would say a few thousand. I put 10,000 on just because I don't want to think about it for a little while.
I guess that's fair. Makes sense to
I'll
me.
have you put that where your high score goes. That will represent your credits here. So
I'll add
however
the-
For a woman of your salary bracket, I would estimate tens of thousands.
Nancy doesn't know how to reply to that.
What about
That's-
you, Goldilocks? How much?
Hundreds of thousands.
Of course.
Just to make it easier on myself.
Yeah, sure. And then deduct it from your total, whatever you put on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but 16,100.
You would know, Jack, that if you wanted to have a stick with currency on it, like to make a big purchase, sort of like a banker's check or something, you can do that. You're not limited to just one.
Alright. Yeah, okay, he would have mentioned, like, if you have, like, you can get a second one, that has a specific amount on it if you're, like, needing it
Alex,
to
thank you
aside
so much
for
for the 50
something.
chain streak. I love to see it. Also, Remy, howdy.
You can always just come back. Tain't that big a deal.
Well, I mean, they said that if we lose it, we're not able to, or we get sent down to Choketown, which not necessarily too keen on. But couldn't we also just come back
don't
and
lose
get
it.
another one?
No, because if you don't have one, then you're considered to be a debtor.
Right, but
You
I
always
mean-
always have to have at least one on you.
There
How much
is
do they
a
cost?
bureaucratic process if you lose yours, but you would need to come back here, get it. You would have a trial as well, but trials here are not great.
It's a whole, it's a whole red tape nightmare if you lose it. So just don't lose it. It's not the end of the world. Like you're not 100% being sent to the choke, especially if you have more credits that you can put on easily. But avoid the red tape. Don't lose it. Simple as.
Alright, fair enough. Makes sense to me.
Some folks here, when they live on the station, they get the chip implanted in them. But I don't bother with that.
That's a
Implanted.
very common thing, actually. Yes.
Where, just out of curiosity, where would you do that?
Oh, there's a few places you could do that. I would probably say the chop shop. That's where the primo cyber surgeon is.
Primo cyber surgeon?
It's by
Unless she
appointment.
means where on your body it's implanted usually.
Probably the hand, I would imagine.
That's easy to
I
lose.
suppose you could, yeah. Well, yeah, then you could get it implanted in your ass, I suppose. Whatever floats your boat.
But who? What's
I
this
see
about
many
a?
corporate workers have it at the nape of the neck.
That's a
That
little
would
bit
be
harder to
fine, too.
lose. What about this primo cyber surgeon? You said. What's their their story?
I never met him. They go by Babushka. They're by appointment only, so.
Alright. Just curious.
Drugs. Yeah, they do a background check on you and whatnot. Like I said, it's pretty fancy, above board. I also know a place. Also, I assume by now, or like this would be out of distance of like the custom or the chip issuers.
Hmm.
We would say like, also my friend that I want to see in Doptown, he also actually runs a clinic far lower below board. He could probably do something like that without an appointment. And he probably wouldn't even take your kidneys since you're mates with me.
Well, I do like to have my kidneys.
I don't know, that whole like, what were they saying? Some kind of like cyber thickness that's on the station.
I'll be honest with you, I was looking at the exosuit.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, well, they mentioned some kind of cyber sickness on the station, but I don't like the sound of that.
Oh, I ain't got nothing cybernetic on or in me. So,
Yet.
Sounds
Well,
to me
I
like
mean-
an unpatched issue with cyberware or a virus.
Possible. Okay, well, I guess the first stop then would be, I'll drop Nancy off at the clinic, drop you, Goldilocks, off at, the service center, and then I'm gonna have a shower.
makes sense.
Much appreciated.
Alright, that's
So-
all, then off we go.
So who's going where?
Medical.
Jack will be leading them around.
Okay. So there are a number of different places you could look for a medical provider. The question is, how much are you willing to pay, and how picky are you going to be?
Yeah, I guess Jack would ask that. Like, how much you wanting to pay for your treatment?
Well, I don't know what the going rate is. I'd like to be fixed and not just be given a band-aid. I'd like to keep from getting an infection, especially with how close these are to some pretty important joints. She's gonna point to her wrists.
Right. Out of character, I assume that'd be a pretty, like, standard run-of-the-mill average, like, clinic would be fine.
No, it's not serious medical care needed.
Mm-hmm. So that
More
would
than she could
be-
have gotten at the bell, but not necessarily. Like kind of like a doc in a box, I guess. Maybe a little bit higher.
Yeah.
An average walk-in clinic. He'd probably just take her to somewhere like that.
Sure. You'd be able to find a walk-in clinic without too much difficulty. Really nothing terribly exciting. The person inside would probably patch you up without much complaint, a couple stitches, and even those you're not really sure you really needed. More just bandage, clean, antibiotics,
All right, Mom.
and he'll
Have a
give
good
you some
night.
pills to take for a while. But they'll ask for 2,000 credits apiece from you.
Not a problem. 2,000, and we pay with the chit, right?
Correct.
Oh no. Cool.
And that
And
Jax,
then-
I don't think is bothered with this.
Hmm?
I don't think Jack's actually attending the clinic. He's just dropping Nancy
Sure.
off there.
Does
Is there
drive
a
for my stuff back at
Lucent
17?
Brand workshop.
Yep. There you go.
Okay.
Jack
There
is
would
hoping
be-
that his, like, I have 9 out of 14. I'm hoping that, like, just through rest, that he would get that back over time, since it's mostly internal stuff.
It might take longer, but yeah.
Yeah.
There would be, I think the best term for it would be a Lucent embassy. Yes, that is a thing.
Right, then that's where Jack would take issue.
Better than a
Like-
sponsored chop shop, I'd argue.
Yeah. Also, I don't think the chop shop is actually sponsored. but
Not
just-
usually.
I just assumed that this would be the kind of place you would be most interested in going to for upkeep.
I will
Definitely.
say, going to a Lucent branded chop shop, you are likely to. They would be combing through your memories, and they might remove some of them. If you're okay with that, they'll do it for free.
This is coming with like virus removal, right?
The clerk behind the desk would look at you, nod. Of course it is. It's a full reset.
Hold on, a full reset?
A full reset. That's what you want, isn't it?
Not exactly.
They frown and look a little bit confused by this. What were you looking for?
I plan to go back to work away from Lucent offices. I may need to keep my working memory of the location and of the dangers therein.
The clerk behind the desk kind of looks at you and nods for a moment. They reach up and kind of push their glasses up with their finger, looking a little bit uneasy. I suppose we could take a look and see what we can find. If that's... I can't make any promises, but we'll try our best.
So long as I'm able to perform my duties afterwards.
They nod and motion you back to what you would recognize as a chair with a docking port on the back of it for you to connect up to your own interface port. Would this be something
Cozy.
you consider a leisure activity issue?
Yes, actually.
Okay.
I was going to say, backing up her brain would be one way of self-care.
I think... Yeah, I think that's potentially something that that someone on this station could do. I don't know if... Well, how accessible do you want that backup to be? Do you want that to be something that Lucent alone has access to, or would you want that to be something that you have access to?
Lucent alone is fine.
Okay, then yeah. That could absolutely work. Okay, so assuming you connect up to this port, well, do you?
I'm basically treating the backup and malware scan as a spa day, but for robots.
Okay, I can dig that. How about this? Have me, or roll me. Let's do the first of these. I think that this makes perfect sense for you. So do, like, roll 1d12 minus 1d4. It's an effortless thing that you would be very comfortable doing. Actually, a far narrower success than I thought. But yeah,
The bad luck continues.
Yep. You connect up to this port, and your sense of up and down kind of unhook themselves, and you feel yourself walking back the way you came. You're not actually moving, but you have the sensations of it. The wall and floor flip, and you're just horrifically disoriented. You feel like you're collapsing to the ground. And then things kind of go blank, you get dizzier, you feel like you totally lose control of your body as you slump down in this chair. And then gradually the pieces start to kind of fit back together, slowly but surely. It's a familiar sensation, but it's disorienting all the same. You would know that Lucent is just picking through your head, figuring out what's going on, trying to understand the experiences that you had. And there's a much, much more powerful Lucent AI fiddling in your mind right now. In a matter of moments, you start to feel like yourself again, and you regain control of your body. The clerk is looking down at you a little bit uneasily, but has a smile on their face all the same.
Every time Issue has tried to reaffirm herself, like a robot would, she just kind of stresses herself out. I don't like the implications this has.
It's not ideal. We detected some rather unusual firmware in your system. I think we've got it cleaned out, but it's strange to be sure. We filed a report, and hopefully we'll be able to understand what's going on a little bit better. But I think that you should be in a better shape than you were. I will have you remove the adjustments to your stats that you got the last time. And then roll me 1d4 plus 2. And yeah, you go down to 2 stress.
Lucent is aware of this already. I can give you the report ticket to add on to yours.
They nod and accept this, and I think that we're done here. Thank you very much. Hopefully you're feeling better.
Is there any upgrades that can be made to my network security?
They frown. Maybe once we've analyzed this data a little bit further, we'll have an answer for you, but at the moment, no.
Fair enough then?
And then what I'll also have you do is you can add 1 to one of your 3 saves, to your max, or to your base, rather. So sanity, fear, or body can get a +1.
Would the scan and backup count as 1 activity, or 2?
1 activity.
Done.
Great. Good deal. Okay, so what are the other 2 doing during all this?
I sent you a message, but also having a quick shower and drying off his clothes.
Okay.
I guess go and find the suites to set up rooms, or have we decided on what we're gonna do for that?
Yeah. Jack, what I'll say is that showering for you probably does not constitute a leisure activity. I mean, I'm sure it's nice.
Yeah, fair.
It could be a stress relief thing, I would give you that. But it doesn't constitute actually improving your stats. It's not a
No,
significant enough
he
thing.
just wants to get the funk off before
Sure.
and feel good. He's getting ready to relax, basically.
You gotta
I'd say-
disassociate for at least an hour in the shower before it does.
I'd say you can lose 2 stress.
Alright.
But other than that, yeah, just getting cozy.
Oh, actually. Depending on how close it is, Nancy will see if she can find someone, or maybe a repair shop specifically for the little spider bot.
Yeah. The little spider bot. So are you just going to wander around the city until you find something, or are you going to try and ask someone?
It is in this moment that Nancy realizes that no one established, or she forgot if it was established, a meetup place once everyone was dropped off and scattered around the station.
Correct.
And so now,
You are
no,
officially scattered around the station.
Shit. Well, I'll let it show you guys around. Anyways, now that you're scattered, bye.
His idea was to come back for you guys later, but if you wander off from where he left you, then
Yeah, here.
that's
Just
on
hang
you.
around here for like 3 hours. I'll be back.
Well, he was like, he assumed that getting like stitches or synth skin or whatever the hell it would be like take longer than whatever he was doing.
So you just, yeah. What I'll say is,
I feel like Jack's thing would take maybe half an hour, like maybe
Let's go
Yeah.
factor in
5
travel
minutes.
time too.
I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
Unless Nancy pops up from her chair and immediately fucks off into the empty streets. Yeah. If
See, it
she
is like
wants
some.
to do that, that's her decision.
I'd say maybe you could just say like there's some bureaucratic bullshit, you know, like medical. Do you have this insurance? Do you have this provider? No. Okay, fill out this paperwork. That kind of thing.
No, actually, there isn't. They don't even discuss insurance. They just
Oh.
take your money.
Oh, okay, that's fair. I mean, she'd probably wait for a little
They
bit.
just take your money.
It's
Yeah,
just mine now.
okay.
All your money's mine.
So yeah, assuming you hang around, do you, Issue, hang around, or do you wander the streets alone?
Definitely hang around for a bit.
Okay.
Jack would aim to collect both of them.
Okay. Can I have each of you roll me 1d100?
And then as Jack
She's relaxing
appears,
over here. She's going for a full software scrub.
Software scrub.
and then she's gonna shake the
Okay,
little
Nancy.
synth milk jar. Be like, where y'all reckon we can get this this here little guy fixed up?
There's a few places that you could do for that, repair shops and the like. Probably cost you a pretty penny. It looks quite intricate.
Well, at the very least, I can get the supplies needed to do it myself. Wouldn't be the first time I've fiddled with delicate pieces of technology.
That's fair. Well, the absolute best place would be Canyon Heavy Market, but that you have to be vetted to get in there.
Right, right.
Other than that, yeah, there's probably some stores around.
Once we link back up with 73, why don't we go see if we can't get this thing put together? See if there's any valuable data on it.
Sure. Let's go get her then. We'll get that out of the way, and then we'll welcome ourselves properly to the station. How your arms feeling, by the way?
Pretty itchy, but I can tell that they're in much better condition now.
That's normal. Alright. Go to pick up Miss Issue.
You don't run into anything terribly exciting on your way to pick up Miss Issue. You're all still kind of in the same area at the early bits of this city. This part of the city is kind of a higher end area for the most part. It has a lot of the government buildings. So it's generally speaking a safer area to be in. Where are you gonna go from here?
Once we pick her up, I guess like I don't know, like a robotics repair store.
Okay, so are you going to go on just your own wander around until you find one, or are you going to try and ask someone for information about this?
Is there like a directory?
God, no. Absolutely not. This place is a tangled disaster. Shops last maybe a year or two for the most part. And you were never enough of a techie to know the good ones that hung around.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, he kind of shrugs, and Jack goes like, well, admittedly, I don't really know what a good shop would be. I think asking around would be the best bet. Maybe we do that organically rather than wander around asking people at random.
I was about to say, why don't we just keep an eye out as we go to do whatever it is you wanted to do?
Yeah, that's fair. Well, Goldilocks, you can drink, right? Won't ruin your circuits or whatever it is to get fluids inside of you.
Only for social purposes.
That's fine.
What happens when you drink, out of curiosity? How well modeled are you?
This simulated drunkenness.
Nothing. I do it for other people's comfort.
Ugh. Unsettling but appropriate.
Also, how you
It's an
feeling after
expensive simulation of social drinking.
And how you feeling after your rewiring or whatever it is they did in there?
Well, I feel. For calling Lucent Incorporated and Lucent Heavy Industries. I'll be your automated attendant. How may I help you today?
I think they did too much of a reset.
How so?
Never mind. Well, then you can join us for a drink then. With that, Jack would lead the two off to Rasa's.
Okay. Yeah, you continue along what you would know is the Crawl. It is the densest packed area on the station, full of all kinds of stores of all types. People are literally everywhere, almost on top of each other. It's extremely brightly lit with all kinds of neon colors, advertisements, people hanging around outside trying to hawk wares or sell their businesses. If you want to stop and look for anything in particular in this area, you can, though you would know that these people aren't necessarily trustworthy, and half of these places are scams to begin with.
Jack might mention that, like, yeah, don't trust any. By the way, for as good as this place is, don't trust most of what you see, and most of these people are trying to rip you off. But he just kind of shrugs.
You do remember that around here is where the opium bar that you remember is.
Ooh, nice. I will be coming back here at one point, though, if
Sure.
the place I remember is still open.
Yep. You would remember that it is. What's it? There is a. There is a kind of a corridor between the dry dock and the Stellar Burn with an elevator that's marked hydroponic maintenance, and it's down there.
Yeah, that's funny. Well, for
Anyway.
now, that'll happen later. For now, stay
Sure.
on the Rasses.
Okay. So you continue along and you come to a, quite frankly, massive club. The doors of it have bouncers outside that are checking people's cred sticks for ID. They're strobing, flashing lights, lasers. It's the most famous club on the station by a long shot. Jack, you would know that the club is divided up into 3 layers. The main level is the club level, which is Rasa's bar. Up above, there are private rooms where back alley deals take place. Or, well, not back alley deals, but deals nonetheless. It's also where your high rollers, your VIP booths, all that kind of stuff would take place. And then down, you take a lift to get to the ecstasy.
Hmm.
So it's all in the same building here.
That's handy.
There is a security checkpoint to get in. What are you all wearing right now?
God damn it. I was hoping you didn't say that. I mean, I guess Nancy's wearing
You guys
the
first.
the void suit because that's pretty much what she lives in.
The misfitting one or the best?
Yeah, well,
you-
that's all she has.
Well, I was going
bouncers-
to ask if, as part of her de-stressing, Issue could get her corpo suit dried and pressed.
I think that could be arranged, yes. I think that could be arranged. Let's have you all make a roll here. So,
Jack is dressed in his normal outfit, but it's like freshly washed and dried, and I would argue, I personally think it looks pretty stylish.
yeah, we'll start with Jack here. So you think that you fit in here at the Stellar Burn in your fucking space cowboy outfit?
That's not Space Cowboy, it's like a... Well, I have an actual picture of it somewhere.
And of
You
course, it's
sent me
not
one.
just about clothing. You have to pass the vibe check
Yeah.
for the security as well. It's about attitude. It's
Oh.
about how you carry yourself. You think you're gonna get in like that?
Thank God for that. Otherwise, I think Issue would have no problem rocking into the club as bare as her character picture here.
Yeah.
To be quite frank, I think that you would have more success there.
This is his outfit.
Yeah, that's a no from me, dog.
What? That's fucking cool. It's stylish.
Yeah, but it's not Stellar Burn.
It's cool though. It's
You're mid.
minus the sword, obviously.
You're mid. I would say it's not that hard to get in here. You've been here before, you know how it goes. So give me like a 1d8 minus 1d6, and we'll see where you end up.
It's D8 minus a D6.
Yeah.
1d8.
It's
See if
better
I
than a
have something.
50-50, but not much.
5.
Holy shit. Okay. We'll get back to you.
Yeah, he just rolls in. He's like, "You're letting me in."
We'll get back to you. Nancy, plead your case. You are in front of the fashion police.
Oh boy, and she's not wearing anything even remotely fashionable.
Yeah, you don't have the attitude, you don't have the clothes.
Hold
I'm
on,
gonna
hold
say
on.
you are fucking trash.
Hold on. Let me see if I have a picture here that I can send.
Okay.
We checked through the thousands of them. While I scroll through them, Nancy's gonna see this happen. She's just gonna kind of sigh. She's gonna
chat.
She's gonna climb.
I'm gonna give this up to chat here.
Hold on. She's gonna climb out. I have a picture of it somewhere. She's gonna take off her.
We're gonna see this picture.
If I can find it, I have so many.
Hold on now. She does have a sick baseball cap and some patches. I'd say she's at least ugh.
At least ugh.
Yeah, here.
Oh, I thought you meant like ugly.
Oh, wow. That's so nice. Oh, I scrolled past it. There, she's got like underneath. Here you go. You're changing into it.
I don't know if I can show the, or how I could show the picture of what Jack's wearing. But you could just crop that from the neck down if you wanted to.
Yeah, that's what she has underneath her suit now after she got the full body bath. Because mind you, she hadn't really cleaned herself since, well, the deep. So that's like her only last ditch effort to get in.
Okay. You gonna share that with the class?
I'm gonna let my fellow streamer give verification on if that's appropriate to share with the class. And that Nancy's during so Nancy's gonna sigh and climb out of the cumbersome void suit and just kind of like awkwardly stand a little like in front of the person, the bouncer. Suck in a breath and kind of adjust her position just a little bit. And even though she's very clearly embarrassed at her current state of dress, she's going to clear her throat and be like, "All right, well, listen, I understand that the suit before was not necessarily much up your typical clientele, but I do have this rather stylish underfit right now. Perfect for dancing, moving, grooving. Big old popular kind of dance fit back over on San Jacinto." He would flash him a warm southern smile.
Okay. Any input from chat here? How do they feel about this outfit?
I think, yeah.
Okay. Quite good. Okay. We've got an actual poll.
Oh boy.
And,
I want to see this.
Nero's.
They really need to get like polls to be shared.
Just shoot her.
I don't think Voy had a chance to show off the fit. It's probably stream safe. What do you reckon, Nero? That's totally stream safe, right?
It's on the line, I'd say.
I think it's linkable, but we'll keep at that.
Okay, well,
Definitely linkable, yes.
I can give an unbiased, like, description of it. So, imagine Nancy, if you will. Her shape, I guess. So, yeah, it's... The best way I could describe it is a one-piece swimsuit that is pink.
I was gonna say, it's got school swimsuit vibes.
Yeah, it is the same color as... actually, her ball cap on this picture is... So, it is a pink one-piece swimsuit with white lines going from, like, the hips...
It's literally a Speedo swimsuit.
It's not a Speedo swimsuit.
It's not. It's totally not a Speedo. It's like you know, like an anime one-piece swimsuit.
Hydrate, thank you.
Not the anime One Piece, mind you, but a one-piece swimsuit from an anime. It is pink. It has white lines going from like the hips to just under the chest, and no sleeves. Like you can see elbow or shoulder. You can see.
It's. I would actually make it more akin to like those 80s kind of like retro workout one pieces than the anime swimsuit thing.
I like that she has 2 matching baseball caps. One for spacewalks, the other for field trips to the public pool.
And also she's wearing, in this picture, I don't know if this picture is represented for her shoes, but her shoes are white running shoes with like pink bottoms and pink laces.
No, the shoes aren't.
Trim. Okay.
Yeah, see, we're gonna take the UGG that we got from the poll, and I think we're going to say that despite being UGG, you are a reasonably attractive woman, and your dog could get into this club. So let's have you do a 1d6 minus 1d4.
Okay, and then I just type in /r minus 1d4.
Yep.
Oh, spaces.
You very narrowly succeed. Very narrowly. Okay, and Miss Issue, finally you. What are you doing here? Are you
Rin,
going
you
in?
get final say. Would you consider it appropriate to go full bear robo, or would it be better to wear her lucent work attire?
Ask Jack. He would know better. He's been to this club before.
I guess I would say full robo if you're just like a patron, but like if you wanting to, people meet here on business in this club as well. So if you want to make up something about having, you know, if you are able to walk the corpo walk and talk the corpo talk, and then go with the suit. Otherwise, if you're just going on pure looks, just rip yourself down.
Well, I don't have any business planned. But I do love the corpo walk.
She'll try the suit first.
Okay. I'll say you're mid. It could be better, but it's not the vibe necessarily that they're going for here. But they'll let you in if you pass the test. And I'd say it's not that difficult, easy peasy. So 1d8 minus 1d6.
Yeah, well, they're mid.
Creeper. Okay.
Come here, I'll put up on my channel.
Jack, I'm gonna say, rather, is it fair to say that you come in here leading the pack, you walk in like you own the place, and you've got these two on each arm?
Let's see.
How do you approach this? Because you've passed the vibe check with flying colors.
Yeah. I think he would have like a hand on like the top of their backs. Just to like, not as like arms wrapped around, honeys on each arm kind of thing, but like he's kind of like guiding them, one with each hand. Specifically remembering the right hook that Nancy has. He's definitely not doing anything like untoward in that regard.
Sure.
And I don't think he's confident.
For 5,000 credits, I'll hang off your arm.
Yeah, you would.
You want to take that?
No. Thank you. I can get way cheaper rates for that.
Suit yourself.
And I don't think he would put his hand anywhere near Issue's ass, given that he'd probably be worried about getting his fingers caught in those ball joints.
That's very valid, actually. I'll have to remember that.
He is not. I don't know. He's probably been around the Android rodeo once or twice, but he might not be as used to it.
Android rodeo.
Yeah,
This
Thank you,
series is
Draken.
built with that in mind, believe it or not. But I won't say no to the consideration.
Is that so? Like, do I stick my hand in to find out how that consideration is done, or like?
Unless y'all want a fancy new prosthetic.
That would not be very proper out in public.
It would be proper in this venue.
He's right.
That is funny, Pat, because that is the character that I'm like using as inspiration or
Well,
reference.
10,000 credits then.
Heh.
Also,
I
I
could
put
get
my
an android more specifically built for a third price or less.
That is the idea.
You're selling yourself mighty expensive, dear Goldilocks, but I guess it fits the name.
I mean, her product line is top of the class.
I am made a pirate.
You're lucky that pirates do love gold. But not 10,000 credits, love.
You're able to walk into the stellar burn without too much difficulty. It just took Nancy taking almost literally all of her clothes off.
Yep.
Speaking of which, what are you doing with those clothes?
Is there a locker? You could stick your stuff in.
Well, I mean, it was just the
Yeah, I'd say
suit.
so.
So she does store it, but it's not like too. She's not super.
Doesn't actually care about it.
Yeah, because even though she's extremely conscious about her body shape, she's what's the word? Finding comfort in the fact that she's in an ocean of people. If that makes
Sure.
sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes
Also,
perfect sense.
Put a picture of what Nancy's wearing up on my stream. Oh, and I've lost tracking.
Okay, you're able to get into the stellar burn without too much difficulty. Let's see. It's like any club you've ever seen, but dialed up about 10 more degrees. There's levels on levels that go up, and this building is just almost a maze here. There's just, it's dark, it's smoky, it's filled with strobing lights, flashing lasers. you would be able to pick out random people amongst the crowd. Most people are either dancing, drinking, listening to music, or just kind of passed out off in a corner, too drunk or too stoned to really function. Is there anything in particular you would like to do here in the Stellar Burn?
Jack would want to guide the girls to the bar.
Okay. As you approach the bar, you would see...
Oh God.
Also, we do have a postcard for the Stellar Burn now, to the right of the crawl.
Oh, nice. I always like the concept of electives.
Yeah.
What knows?
Electives.
So,
Gesundheit.
twos.
Looks like it's his
You
power
approach the
shot.
bar and you see a very different person than you're used to. The woman that you knew as the owner of this bar doesn't seem to be there, and there's a new name listed on the bar. It's now Sem's Bar. And the gentleman standing behind the bar is kind of almost predatory-like, sleek, dark-haired gentleman with almost too perfect features that suggest some biosculpt modifications. He's got a thin scar that goes through his left eyebrow, and as people walk by, he lifts up his hand, holds it to their face, and there's a little flash of light before they walk off. He's wearing a tailored vest, and it shows off just how muscular this guy is.
I guess Jack would roll up, still guiding the other two until they get to the bar itself, and he'd kind of speak up, I guess, to be heard amongst the music and be like, "What happened to Rasses?"
Hearing this name, the man turns and looks at you, seeming a little bit confused, and then laughs. She hasn't been here for ages.
Well, I ain't been here for even more ages, it seems.
No
You took
kidding.
over.
Where'd you come from?
Ooh, where haven't I come from? Let's just say it's been a few years since I've been around.
You want something to drink?
Can you make a Vesper?
He nods.
How to Snarky,
and,
how you doing?
3 Vespers.
Sets about. Okay, yeah. He'll set about making some cocktails. Gets a large bottle of gin, some vodka, measures it out with a little bit of a lemon, and serves these drinks to each of you. His eyes kind of drift from Jack to Nancy and then to Issue, and he kind of fixes on Issue. What are you three here for?
Socialization.
Ah,
Jack would
just
slide his drink back.
getting her feet wet. Nancy will sip from it.
Tradition of mine. First place I'd stop every time I'd come here would be Rasses for a Vesper. I guess I'll be stopping to see you for a Vesper from now on, then.
This is a big smile out of him. Hopefully a drink or two will liven these two up.
They're new.
Issue will probably catch on to the staring and stare back, quietly, for a bit.
You are failing the vibe check. I don't think you care, but you are failing the vibe check.
Yeah.
I mean in a flirty way.
Huh.
Eyes wide, fixated, unblinking, flirty.
Android flirting.
Yeah.
Visual binary.
Hang on. I'm making you roll for this one. How good are you at flirting, Issue?
Initiate flirting protocols.
Like with
Yeah, actually, hold on.
with non
Watch this shit.
Hey there, handsome. You look like you'd make for some good company. My going rates are 800 credits per 7 minutes of conversation. But for you, how about 600 per 10? Tap your chip here.
Woof. She had me in the first half, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I am giving you a solid fucking trash for that. Oh.
What was the new bar?
Sam.
Listen, Issue's the equivalent of those Skype bots.
Are
Oh,
you
man.
two gonna do anything to try and salvage this, or are you going to let her crucify herself?
Nancy will... Actually, has Issue finished her drink? Or how big is the drink?
I think Vespers are served in martini glasses.
It is served in a martini glass, but it is a rather stiff drink.
It is gin, vodka, and something called Kina Lillet, which is like fortified wine.
Yep.
I think Nancy will try and go and give a little bit of backup.
How are you holding your liquor, Nancy?
Oh, nice is fine. They go straight through her ass.
Okay.
Oh, she's fine for now, we'll
That could mean
say.
a few things.
Give me a 1d4.
Well, like to give her an assist or just to not get like shit
No,
faced?
just a roll. Just a roll.
Three.
Okay, 3. I'm just gonna keep track of this. There you go.
Severity 3.
We're just gonna keep track of that. I'll ask the same from you, Jack. Can you give me 1d4?
He is taking his time with this. I think he is sipping it.
Okay.
4.
Okay. Okay, so you're gonna try and help. You're gonna salvage Issue's screaming dumpster fire.
I can at least guarantee it can probably maybe go up to an UG. Maybe.
How are you trying to help this situation? What are you doing?
Nancy will, she'll down her glass, or I guess her martini thing in one go.
Okay.
After taking a sip,
Powerful
and then
start.
set it down and kind of hop off the stool and slide around. Move between well, I guess depending on how they're positioned. I'm imagining that since moving in the middle, Jack's between both Nancy and
Yep.
Issue.
I'd say
So
so.
kind of slip between, and if there's enough space to not be awkward about it, kind of pop up her head well above bar level. She'll bat her eyes and put on a little bit of an extra southern bell to her voice and be like, I can't help but notice you eyeing the fine model work of my here synthetic companion. I guarantee you as a high-class society robot, as she is, she's guaranteed to give you all kinds of serviceable amenities. She'll slide around the other side, run a hand along the waist, gesturing to the belly area. Though I, myself, am not equipped to facilitate such extravagant endeavors, I can guarantee that these have certain amenities and taps aside, if you catch my drift.
Okay. Pretty good. I'm gonna call this ugh. This is a challenge.
So she's gonna be slowly reaching for Ishi's glass while she's doing this.
Okay. Issue, roll me 1d6 minus 10, or 1d10.
Can I try to salvage this myself afterwards?
Then we'll see how it goes.
Wendy, what to start with?
1d6
Minus 10?
minus 1d10. Ugh.
A clutch.
Oh wow.
That was indeed clutch. Sem,
Fuck you. Pay the bot.
Sem briefly looks at Nancy, smiles, and says, "That's a cute car salesman act, but are you having to stand on your toes to look over my bar?"
Well, let's just say that
Jack,
not everything has to come in a
Jack will
great
just
package.
he'll just take a sip and just say portable.
Simbrinsel.
He looks at Issue and says, "You know what? Lucent Industries will call it even. Drinks on me, but I'm not paying the rest of that tab."
That's a great deal, I'd say. Jack will lift up his glass again and he'll like go to toast, only to notice that Nancy has already drained her like incredibly strong drink.
She's also reaching for issues.
Issue, are you gonna stop this in any way?
Nope. But in all seriousness, though, Ishi's going to take a moment, take off her glasses, and focus on him for a moment.
Sorry about that. It's been a bit of a day. Kind of hard to turn that side of me off. How's your shift been so far?
He seems taken aback by this, smiles, kind of laughs a little, and then says, "You know, not too bad. Can't really complain. Keeping it interesting, to say the least." You've made at least an impression. So, what brings you all? You seem new here.
Jack will just be like, I would say out of practice in my case.
Needed to get a few repairs made.
I assume at this point, Nancy.
Well, it's my first time on board. Definitely an experience.
Was that Rin?
I assume Nancy's already drinking that drink.
The second drink.
Yes.
Yeah. Give me another D4 here.
Jack would go like initially to toast, but once he sees that Nancy's like just goblin mode, he's just gonna shake his head and just go back to sipping.
Hey. Okay. Is this
Nancy's gonna
something
ask for some
that-
water.
would Issue consider this a leisure activity? Does she derive any joy out of this? And the same question goes for the other two as well.
Oh,
Say
yes.
Jack does. It was his tradition.
That's true. Then
Mimicking
I'll say,
humans can be fun, so yeah.
Each of you give me 1d4 plus 2 as a stress relief, and you can put a point in one of your saves.
Yeah, Nancy enjoys drinking a little too much. There's a reason why she stays away from it.
Fair enough.
And then you said any skill? Or not skill, stat.
No, and a save. So sanity, fear, or body.
And 1?
You can add 1 point. Yes.
Oops.
Okay.
Thank you, Snarky. Did Jack finish his drink?
No, he's taking his time. He's like sipping on it.
Jack would probably notice Nancy more than occasionally glancing at it while she drinks her water.
Looks like we've got a problem here.
He'll look back at her like deadpan and just like still holding his drink and just be like, "How much do you weigh, Miss Nancy?"
You're not supposed to ask a lady that, but surely you know that as a captain of your caliber, Jack. She'll play her fingers along the desk.
I do. But I
And
also get
counter.
to feeling I'm going to be. I also get to feeling I'm going to have to be carrying you later. So
Hey,
I
what
just
was that
want to
comment
know,
that you made about
what I
being
mean.
a carry-on?
God.
I guess we'll be putting that one to the test then at this rate.
The group
Yes.
horny postings.
Alright, is this gonna be a problem?
Listen,
Excuse
I can
you,
hold.
I'm on that grind.
Yeah, grinding something.
Yeah,
It's true.
years.
It's true,
that-
Jack.
Teeth and gears.
Okay.
Is there like a visible menu?
Yeah, there is. Let me.
Or is it like a little data slate / electric paper?
Let me just message that to you here.
Well, to say if it's like something she can hold, she's gonna be like scrolling through it or like browsing it while kicking her sheet.
Yeah, it is. It is something you can hold. Here.
Though it's not the intention, in my head, Nancy's been getting what's it called? Flanderization? Because everyone keeps talking about how short she is, and so she started off at like, in my head, like at 5'8", but now she's like 3 feet tall right now. There it is. Cool.
I don't know, well, I think I can guess what your poison is, but, if you're interested later, I'll be, relaxing, with a bit of chocolate.
Chocolate?
You know, Nancy, I doubt this establishment has any booster seats, but you're free to use my lab if you're having trouble making eye contact with other patrons.
Nancy will kind of angle the thing down, be like, nudging her, what do you call it? Nudging her, I guess like a water glass. Don't make a girl a promise that you know you
not-
probably won't keep.
Oh, she'd keep it. She'd just charge you for it. Also, not chocolate. Is more referring to opinion.
Sound what?
Opium. I'm going to smoke opium later. I was trying to be discreet about it.
Jack.
You're gonna make me pee. Stop.
He's gonna. He's gonna.
I have to
drain
go to
his-
the
and he's just
bathroom
gonna
now, god
drain his
damn it.
drink.
Jack,
Sure.
make me a sanity save for that one.
Yeah, reasonable. Normal.
Yeah, it's just normal.
Nope.
Can the bartender take a stress point for watching that whoosh?
Oh, yes, absolutely. He
Oh, right.
does.
I forgot to reduce my stress from that roll, or the previous one. Be at 7 stress.
Opium. I'm going to go smoke opium. God damn it.
This is like the girls' version of, oh god, she was flirting with me.
Ugh.
We even banished boy with that one. That's fucking good though.
That is pretty great, actually. Jack, you would know that if you want any kind of information on the city, Sem is probably like your go-to person for any like general picture knowledge. Like,
Okay.
he might not be the person to talk to about any given topic, but he's gonna know someone for everything.
Okay, cool. In that case, Jack could go, he'd just kind of motion, I guess for another drink, I assume there's more than what's just on the menu if I just order a cocktail.
Yeah, no, for sure. If you want anything different, I can pull something out as well.
Okay, fair enough.
Like,
He'll just kind of hold a finger up and like tap the table in front of me, like, amaretto sour, please, dear Sem.
he gives you a bit of a weird look and pulls out a bottle from under the counter that he doesn't look like he's used in a very long time. But he makes one, puts it in front of you, and it looks good at least.
Nice.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Fucking opium.
God damn it.
Opium. That was real good.
It was real good. Okay,
Yeah.
But you would yeah, that's what he'd order. He'd order an amaretto sour, and he'd be like, so like I said, it's been a while since I've been on the station. What's going on with this whole fluting or whatever it is?
Oh boy, that's a hell of a question. It's ACMD, if I recall correctly. It's don't really know exactly, but there's some weird stuff happening. People are getting bad cyber mods.
Thanks, Nat.
It's been bad for business.
That's kind of weird that bad cyber mods would be like, they're disinfecting people and they got on. That seems kind of weird if you ask me.
Not bad like that. He frowns a little bit and pauses. Bad like... roll me 1d100, please.
Okie
While that's happening, Nancy's gonna order an ambrosia.
Okay. Can I get both of you to roll me 1d4 as well, please? Okay. Oh, Jack Black. Good job, Nancy. I'm proud of you.
Nancy's proud of Nancy too.
She should be. Okay, not bad like that. Bad like that. And he points to a person walking through the crowd who has a very strange appearance to them. There are almost hose-like structures that are dangling from the back of their spine like a mane. It's a look. They're pulling it off. They've got them kind of pulled up in a ponytail, but it's distinctly inorganic and very strange looking.
I didn't know shoddy wire management was a style now.
Ow. Fuck.
Well, I mean, that's kind of weird, but like, to each their own for style?
Whoa, geez, Ren. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to offend.
No, I just kicked my desk. It's fine.
Excellent.
I don't know. You might be trying to pull off some look. I don't know, but it's shit like that. He shrugs. People get these mods and then start developing weird things with them.
Huh.
Would Nancy know anything about that?
No.
Okay.
Completely foreign to her. It's, if it's a thing, it's, it hasn't been something in the news outside Prospero's dream.
Jack will just look to the other two and be like, what do you want to bet that has something to do with the Minotaur or otherwise?
I mean, this far out?
Not unlikely.
It just reminds me of that hallway, is all.
Well, I mean, kinda, but not enough, I don't know. Maybe it's something unrelated. Maybe there's a third actor. But I see what you're saying.
Makes me wonder if my friend will still even be alive, because he hangs out down at the choke. He's not a deader, mind you. He would say that like louder, so it's like in case the barkeep like overheard him.
Barkeep doesn't seem to really mind one way or another.
I'll have to check in on him soon.
Nancy's gonna order the in-universe equivalent of mixing vodka with an energy drink.
Oh, good God. Okay.
It could only go well.
Roll me 1d6. Holy shit, Nancy.
Nancy can hold her liquor.
Nancy can indeed hold her liquor.
For roleplay, is there like, is this like a progressive thing, or is it just like whether or not she
You've
gets
made
affected?
it up to 9 currently. Once you hit 10, I'm gonna start making you roll some saves.
Okay.
She can definitely hold it, but I think she needs to fucking put it down.
Agreed.
I mean, can she put it down? Can she stop?
Maybe she's the type that
On
once she
that
gets
note,
started.
Actually, can she?
No.
Okay. No, she can't. Okay. Good to know.
Oh no.
Yeah, you're gonna be having to. Well, you don't know this in character, but you're gonna have to chaperone her.
I think that's a good. I think it's easy for us to believe that, like, make that inference given she's on her like 3rd drink in like 5 minutes. Or 10
That's
minutes
fair.
if we're being 10 minutes if we're being like
I feel like Nancy might not be so easy to tame.
Unless she gets going.
Okay. Okay. Ken, Shem kind of looks to you. So what brings you here in the first place?
Looking to kick back a bit. We're off working in a pretty miserable place. And well, just need to let off some steam and whatnot. You know how it is.
He leans in and raises an eyebrow. Where's that?
The deep. Yeah.
Make me a rim-wise check.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that. If I could make it to like suss out his knowledge, like intellect, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And then I'm gonna say make me another one. Actually, I'm not gonna have you make one of those. I'm gonna have you do a vibe check thing.
All right.
No, I'm not, because in order to do that, I would have to tell you what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Roll me 1d100.
All right. 60.
Okay. I have nothing to say.
Okay.
So you're able to gather that he does know more than he's letting on here. He's definitely heard of the deep before. And he's curious, though it doesn't seem like he's malicious or anything.
Hockey Man, thank you so much for following. It's wonderful to see you around here. Welcome aboard.
What have you seen there? You're not the first person to come by here who was talking about the deep.
That's so. Recently?
He shoots you a knowing grin.
I'll slide over my credit stick and I don't know. What would be a decent bribe for such thing? 30 credits?
I'd say 30 credits. It's the price of a drink.
Yeah.
So, depending on how valuable you think this information might be, it might either be appropriate or not.
He would like offer 30 and just comment like a tip for disservice.
He would kind of tap your credit stick for the transfer and then nod. An artist. Goes by. Let me pull this up. Goes by the name of Galen. He's a bit of a weirdo, but lives down in a private room in the Ecstasy downstairs. I don't think she's on station right now, but was talking about going back to the deep last I heard from her. Does anyone in this group know anything about art?
I wouldn't say Jack does.
I would argue Issue is familiar.
Oh yeah, because
Roll
Issue does.
1d100 Issue.
Roll what?
1d100. And I would say you can add intellect.
So, add 5?
Actually, just make me an intellect check. No advantage, no disadvantage, just flat intellect. It's a familiar sounding name. You probably wouldn't recognize what she looks like, but you know that she's a big enough figure that she's recognizable in the art scene, to be sure. Like, she's no like Picasso, but she's significant.
Well, I've got a plausible reason to ego check her now with A. Never heard of you.
Yeah, said she was going to the deep. I don't think she's on station right now, but she lives down in the Ecstasy when she is.
Maybe worth having a look.
I do recall her works were somewhat popular with one of my district managers.
Good night, Snarky.
What kind of works
I could
does
sleep
she
trace.
make?
Look forward to seeing you on the next one.
If you want to try and drag up that information, I would let you make another intellect check.
Sure.
You're still feeling pretty scrambled from that reformatting. You can't drag it up. It's on the tip of your tongue. You can kind of imagine the colors of the picture, but you can't describe them at all.
Frankly, no idea. Art has always been a bit esoteric to me. I think holographic art.
That's pretty interesting.
Never did understand the appeal.
Don't you do art too, Goldilocks?
Somewhat.
Interesting ting.
That's right, I forgot you do.
Interesting ting for an android to do. He kind of shrugs. He's gonna look over at Nancy to see how many more drinks in she is after, like, briefly looking away from her.
She's
I wouldn't call it art as much as interpretive boredom.
she's still sipping on her mixed drink, though a can of beer has appeared next to her.
She's double fisting them now.
Oh god.
She's upgraded from a shot glass to a silly straw.
If you look up at Sam at this point, he just kind of shrugs.
Kind of shakes his head. Doesn't comment on it. He goes like, well, someone to keep an eye out for next time we're there.
Nancy's gonna set her probably like 3/4 of the way finished glass down or whatever it's served in, and kind of angle her head at the barkeep. Y'all know of any place around here where we can repair like any small machinery, small robotics?
Thinks about this for a moment and kind of starts scanning the room. On with it.
What was that?
What's wrong with it? Are you showing him this thing, or?
No, not yet. I guess, like, if he asked, she just explained that, what they found non-functional, kind of broken. Whether or not to be in a salvageable state.
Wow. Okay. He keeps scanning the room, and then his eyes kind of settle on someone. How big is it? This thing you're wanting to get repaired.
It's about the size. I think it fit in the palm of my hand. Well, actually, could it fit in the palm of her hand?
Yeah, it could. It's a small thing.
Yeah, holds up her hand, fit in the palm of my hand, along with other things.
His face kind of spreads into this big grin. I have exactly the person for you.
So yeah?
He holds out his credit chip. He's asking for some money here. He wants 100 credits for this information.
Nancy tips him 300.
Oof. Wow, Nancy.
If Jack sees this, or does he see this? I guess.
Does he? How closely is he looking?
I guess casually. He is, I guess, standing next to Nancy, since Nancy went in between him and Issue.
Yeah. I would say that he sees this then.
Oh, you just comment like, I guess that covers the rest of your tab for tonight.
I consider it a tip. As someone that I used to work with said, keep your friends rich, your enemies rich, and you'll find out which is which.
You want talk, and he points across the kind of up into the upper layer, up into the area called Heaven in this bar, where there's a woman sitting at a booth, kind of looking over the crowd. Runs a shop. You'll want to talk to her. I can give you the address if you'd like, or you can just go talk to her. Your choice.
Could I have both? I'd like to get the address, so that way in case something were to come up, maybe we don't get to it, can just go there myself.
He'll jot down the address for you. And he pushes it across with another drink as well. One of your vodka Red Bull drinks.
Another one?
It's for free.
That is actually I thought it was 99 for a second. No, she immediately died. Well, how big is it?
It's a tall glass. It's served up, or not up. Sorry, it's like a rum and coke kind of a glass. I forget the name of it.
No, yeah. She probably downs half of it in the first go.
Okay, give me a 1d6.
I mean, either way. Beat a lot of threes.
You're. I don't think you've rolled a single one of these higher than half what you could have rolled.
Yeah.
That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, and make me a body save.
BD. Tenacious?
No. This has nothing to do with that.
Normal, advantage, or disadvantage?
Nothing. Straight up.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Downs it and gives him a wink.
You don't care. You do not recognize that you are even getting drunk at this point. You are, but you don't recognize it.
That's the caffeine.
It is the caffeine. It is the caffeine. Yeah.
It's gonna...
name's Talk. Should be able to help you out.
I will. Much obliged. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. Oh, wait. Add a character. I'm trying to get to my journal. There you go.
At this rate, our session patch might be a drink responsibly thing.
It might be.
Your sheets?
Or like mothers against drunk driving.
It's against drunk driving.
No one's gotten in a vehicle yet.
Yet. Oh god, 0G
Yes.
drunk driving. Drunk piloting.
You do have a skill.
What do you
for
call
that.
our shuttle?
Yeah, none of you are driving that.
True.
Good night, Legren.
The shop. It's just near the Tempest HQ.
Sorry. Winston will nod again. Kind of leaning against, she's alternating, because she's between them. Leaning against either 73 or Jack. Not quite, like, unsteady, but more just vibing. Feeling very good.
Okay. If you say so.
Says,
If you say so.
again, really, really thank you. I really do appreciate it. Y'all are genuinely way too sweet.
Okay. Any more questions for Sem, or are you going to go investigate a new lead? Or just get drunker. That's an option too.
Is that for everyone or just Nancy?
I mean, you don't have to stick together. You can split up if you'd like.
Well, I mean, is she's going to turn her attention back to the bartender here?
So, out of curiosity, do you get very many android patrons like myself?
I don't. But you know, Heaven does.
Oh?
He gives you a very sly grin. Have you ever heard of Sycorax?
I don't smoke.
I can't say I have.
He gives you an enormous grin. You'll love it.
Ishi's going to lean forward, chin in her palm.
Tell me about it.
Frankly, I think it's best experienced.
Fair enough then. Here I was hoping to keep talking with you.
He would raise an eyebrow at this. Interesting. What would you like to talk about?
Well, I haven't seen many other androids around here so far.
This club is, He pauses for a moment, thinks, and then smiles. There are better places to get drugs, maybe not better places to enjoy them. But, I mean, you know alcohol doesn't do much for most of you.
True, but that doesn't mean we can't, say, act as company.
That you're interested in. He pauses and then... Give me a... Do you have any... What relevant skills do we have here?
I would
For
recommend...
what, exactly?
What are your goals here, Miss Issue?
Winning proficiency, obviously.
Flirting, trying to get some chit-chat and info out.
Okay. Yeah. Give me... We'll do a vibe check here. I think you've turned this around. I would say you're doing okay, but your start got you off pretty rocky. Give me like a 1d10 minus 1d10.
When I want to, I can be a smooth talker. Kind of.
That's fair. Wow.
Damn, double tens.
Double tens. That's an interesting one. Yeah, no, he's
He's terrified, but also aroused.
Yeah, pretty much.
Aroused, even.
Actually, pretty much. He's trying to be skeptical, but also you're doing a really good job. He steps out from behind the bar and kind of waves to one of the other
The info plays, thanks so much for following.
to
It's
kind
wonderful
of
seeing you
indicate
around
that
here.
he's
Welcome
going on a
aboard.
break. A man with really extensive skin grafts, takes over and starts serving at the bar in his place. And some kind of just leads you over to a booth off in the corner and sits down. Why Lucent? Why do you like working for them?
Asking why Lucent would be like me asking why human.
That kind of stumps him, and he shrugs and nods a little bit. I mentioned the Sycorax earlier. It's a drug that makes people with cybernetics feel incredible. And it does some wild shit to androids.
Is that so?
It is.
Wild in what way?
Just, I've heard them talk like it's an experience you're unable to even imagine. I honestly kind of wish I could know what it feels like.
Interesting. And how many have you seen take it?
Oh, all the time. It's not unusual.
Didn't you say this place didn't get many androids, though?
I don't see them here, but the city's full of them.
Fair.
They've got their own places to go.
And where would one go for that kind of thing? Off hours, I mean.
He thinks about this for a moment, and then smiles again. The icebox is a popular one. Canyon. Where else? Those are the two big ones. There are others. Oh, actually, the tree. You wouldn't think it, but there are a lot of androids who spend a lot of time by the tree.
That's kind of an interesting venue.
And do I need to mention you by name there to anyone to get any special services?
Just flash some cash and you'll get what you need.
Well, that's not too different then.
I might be able to hook you up, though. There's a fella who... He does good work moving Sycorax. It's... Everyone calls him Sunspot. He works over at the tree. There's a little...
Jack will audibly groan at this.
He turns and looks at Jack, frowning. What?
Sunspot. Like... Do you know his full name?
No, I don't.
Jack will look back to Issue and say, if you ever meet this Sunspot, don't mention that you know me.
Fair.
If it's who I think it is, anyways.
Howdy doubt that, how you doing?
Don't mind Jack here. He's as good at making friends as he is at making enemies. Apparently.
I can tell.
Former co-worker.
Nods and takes this in for a moment. How did you have a falling out or something?
He just kind of waves a dismissive hand, be like, water under the bridge, I'm sure. It's just awkward.
He nods. I suppose that's as good an answer as any.
But that's interesting then. Where could I find him again?
Tea house. Out on the outskirts of the city. Well, outskirts is the wrong way to put it. Do you know where the tree is?
Not exactly.
I'm their guide. I can show it away.
Nods. It's called the Solarian Pantry. It's a cafe. He works there.
Works at a cafe.
Endearing.
Sad, if you ask me. Was it the Solarian what?
Pantry.
Pantry.
We don't get to pick our lots in life. I find it cute.
Never figured you for the sort who wants to run a coffee shop and live in a white picket fenced house, dare Goldilocks.
Can't blame her.
Oh, I don't, but I do find low-wage workers adorable.
Oh my god.
Oh, so it's more like a patronizing sort of thing. I'll keep that in mind.
Sure.
Also, having not checked on Nancy for a while, Jack will inspect to see how we're... Especially now that a new bartender has come along.
A new bartender touches the Nancy.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm thinking like... Because before we had Sem, like... Because Sem would have to, like, break off conversation to serve another drink, but now... We've been focused on Sem for minutes.
Nancy, how much are you resisting this?
Where is it? Hold on. What does what the Moloko? What what's that special? The Moloko Plus? What's that special thing there?
Oh, you'll love it.
Yeah? I think Nancy did love it.
Okay. Make me a body save at disadvantage.
That's a cheap drink for that kind of
yeah, these drinks.
Goddamn.
Yeah, the drinks are pretty interestingly priced. The Vesper's more expensive than that. Fuck, Zeus.
Yeah. Okay, Nancy.
Oh, Austin.
Give me a sec.
Oh.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh.
Oh wait, no, I misread that. Sorry.
Huh?
Yeah. Okay.
Man, that last drink really kicked you in the teeth.
What's the? I need to know what the. How far into Far Cry 3 is she falling?
Yeah, I'm about to. So.
Also, is it also alcoholic on top of that?
No,
like-
I'm gonna say it's not.
Oh.
Okay.
It's not, and there's a good reason that it's not. Nancy, you're just kind of listening to the music as it pounds in your ears. Every single electronic device in the room starts giving off a hum like it's whispering. And that's all I'm gonna say for now.
Good whispering,
But,
or
give it
just
some
like
time. Not like creepy whispering, like the tech is trying to talk to you.
how close is she to issue? And then if not issue, how
Ew.
close is she to the nearest large machine? Like whatever's closest.
Give me 1d4. Okay. And now give me 1d100.
Oh, same roll.
The closest machine to you currently is a woman with a rather impressive cybernetic arm sitting next to you at the bar. She's minding her own business, drinking a drink, but her arm is whispering sweet nothings in your ear.
When you say close, how close?
Excuse you, I'm right here.
Like right next to you. Like she's waiting to order. Or rather, she's just ordered, gotten her drink, and she's just sipping it.
Nancy's going to kind of rest her head against her hand and just stare at the arm. But not like openly, like, not like ogling stare, but just kind of like she's on the verge of a sword on the view for her. Like she's almost doing like better minds, but like passing out.
The whispering of this arm starts turning into music, not like any music you've ever heard before. And the flickering.
I can't believe Nancy's going for a filthy arm-only simpy. When a full-fledged fembot is right frickin' here.
Yeah.
Can move a little closer. But no, Nancy's going to she's gonna move to the rhythm of the music, smiling. You kind of like move a little bit closer.
Give me a vibe check. How are you chill?
Yeah.
Nancy,
No,
are
she's
you
just
chill?
Nancy's 100% just like mellowed out. If that's what it is, she's exceedingly comfy.
Yeah, but I'm not asking are you chill as much as I'm asking, like, are you being a fucking weirdo?
No, she's not like pressing herself up against her, but she's just kind of like leaning a little bit closer. But like still kind of like, yeah, timid. That's about right.
Okay. 1d8 minus 1d8. Let me know.
Oh.
Let me know what you get.
I gotta type this out. That's 18.
Fuck is this song?
I'll fix for it. Oh. Wait. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no. The woman, as you like start nuzzling her arm, just like pulls it away. The music fractures. Everything is just distorted for a moment before it kind of goes back to the way it was, and you can hear beautiful music again.
Oh, she's going to
take some sanity, or yeah.
Okay. Nancy's gonna blink.
Stress roll there.
Stress roll?
Yeah. Just take a stress from that.
Oh, okay. Nancy's gonna blink a couple times, and kind of rub her eye and be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm not from around these parts, and I think I ordered the wrong drink. I'm the Mokolo or something like that. Sorry if I offended you. It's just making everything feel real comfy right now. Name's Fletcher, Nancy Fletcher." She's gonna give her a grin.
Rapidly kind of backing up and pieces the fuck out as you smile, not as chilly as you think you are.
Heavy slurring.
Yeah, you're having a time. The flickering neon sign hanging above you kind of starts to pick up a beat and forms a bass line that works with the strange music that you're hearing.
And Nancy's gonna start bobbing to it.
You're kind of just in your own little world there. To anyone else who's watching her, she looks like a fucking weirdo. She's not keeping a beat at all. Like she's completely off rhythm.
Excellent.
That's fucking great.
Jack just shakes his head.
Sam just starts laughing.
So Nancy's gonna look around for her friends.
Are you guys trying to get Nancy's attention?
No, I just think keeping an eye on her. She like full on wandered off at this point.
She's about to.
Jack might just kind of watch her and maybe like reach out to like grab her if she tries to wander away.
Nancy, do you wander away?
So it depends on if she can get, if she like actually sees her friends, like literally has to be locked on with them.
You are lost in the sauce, as they say.
We're right next to you too, I think.
You are. It's true.
Nancy will I guess lost to the beat, the rhythm that only she can feel and that she can't quite defeat. She is there a dance hall? Like a dance floor?
There is. Absolutely there is.
She's gonna start kind of like walking towards it, drawn, I'm assuming, to like the bountiful harvest of electronic equipment.
Oh, absolutely. The lights, the speakers, everything is just electric. And the beat is picking up, getting faster. It kind of starts to pick up in time with your own heartbeat. That seems shockingly quick. But that doesn't really bother you at this point.
Hmm. She's just going off to dance. Probably incredibly offbeat. Jack might let her go, but like keep an eye on her.
Okay.
If she's allowed to go uninhibited, she does.
There you go.
So
Meanwhile, what are you two doing while Nancy is
gone.
channeling her inner like rave girl?
It's got Searle just playing in her head.
He's dancing to the wrong song.
She is, true.
Jack's just kind of finishing his second drink, and he's just kind of like... He's keeping a closer eye on Nancy, because he trusts Issue, at least, to not just, like, wander off. And, you know, he's kind of listening to the conversation, though.
Okay. Nancy, the music just kind of keeps picking up until it finally manages to mesh with the music that everyone else is hearing. It's richer, it's deeper than anything you've ever experienced, and if you close your eyes, you can see it moving in the air in front of you. It's impossible for you to not get lost in it.
Is it more bountiful in certain areas? Like, is it giving her, like, can she more or less feel the electronic vibes around her?
Yes, it's much stronger down below, on the lower levels.
Are there any like hot spots near her?
Someone spiked Nancy's drink.
Are there any what?
Are there like any bigger swells near her? I'm basically asking, like, are there machines, cybernetics, vending machines?
I mean, there are a couple of androids. Vending machine.
Just anything that would give off a big electric resonation.
I think so. There are a couple of androids, one of which is Issue, and there is the DJ booth at the back that is probably the biggest single signal.
Nancy starts making out with a subwoofer.
Electrocutes herself.
I'm trying to play this like she's got no... What's the word I'm looking for? She's not really picking anything. She's just going towards like whatever's closest or biggest. So I'll let you kind of decide whatever's more proximal or size-based.
1d4.
Okay.
On a 1, you're going to Issue. Okay. 2. You find yourself dancing with an android beside you that seems to have like branching antlers, metallic antlers on their head.
Oh, that's cool.
As you dance with them, the music just keeps getting stronger and stronger until it's difficult for you to even see what's going on. Your vision is so overwhelmed by the things that you are hearing. You've got a pretty profound synesthesia at this point. It's difficult to ignore.
Hey, hold on. I have something for you.
Jack will see them, like, Nancy dancing with the other android, and he'll just kind of, like, lean over to Issue and be like, I think she's found a new squeeze. I think you've been replaced, Goldilocks.
No, so...
She's just vibing. She's just vibing.
Yeah, she's... Although... I will say that Nancy's character, if it gets to the point where she feels like she's going to start falling over, she's gonna find like the closest thing that she can sit on.
She doesn't feel like she's gonna fall over. She doesn't feel uncoordinated at all.
It's okay.
I believe in her.
You believe in her? The android in front of you reaches down and pulls something out of their pocket that they then press into your hands.
What is it?
You can't see it.
Oh, what does it feel like in my drugged up state?
It feels like kaleidoscope of red, pink, and purple. It's pointy looking.
Nancy will kind of hold it in both hands and like, oh, it's so beautiful. If just go on to and keep vibing, I guess.
The android kind of reaches down and like picks it up and presses it against your arm. Are you going to do anything about that?
And does it come off as intent, like hostile?
I mean, no, but
I'm asking
also,
to Nancy's viewpoint. Does it come off as hostile?
give me a vibe check.
Okay.
I'm gonna say that she's probably fucking trash right now at figuring out what is good and isn't bad.
Uh-huh.
How hard would it be for you to tell? I would say it's pretty difficult. Give me like 1d4 minus 1d10.
Actually, I would say it. Well, she can't see it at all, right?
Yeah.
I would say she's 1d20 fucked.
1d4 minus 1d20. There's
No,
a
like-
chance.
It's conceivable.
Well, no, because it's like the way that you're describing it is, whatever it is, it just looks like a kaleidoscope of sharp light that's
Yeah.
really beautiful. So it's like, can't really feel it, can't really sense
Yeah.
anything from it. In an like a genuine alternate reality right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Altered
gonna say.
state of consciousness.
You know that video of that girl very obviously tripping on something, like totally zoning out in front of a guy who's doing like hand gestures with glowy rave gloves?
Oh yeah.
That's Nancy.
Huh.
Holy shit,
Not-
you almost succeeded that.
Nancy is
Not
a
that
genuine
bad.
Kim tank.
Still a
Well,
fail,
not for the
unfortunately.
alcohol.
So Nancy, you have a brief transient awareness that this is probably a drug. Do you care?
Actually, yes.
Okay.
She won't. I guess in the state that
ma-
she's in, she won't. Oh, sorry. What?
Keep going, talk.
I was gonna say she won't react like freaky style, but she'll probably be like, "No," and kind of like a boy.
Okay. Unfortunately, oh no is not enough to prevent this.
Yes.
Yeah. You feel something green, and then the colors get way, way brighter. Completely overwhelming. You are full manic pixie dream girl currently. Just lost in the colors. Yeah. Nancy, you're You're something right now.
Nancy is everything right now. And everything is Nancy.
Yeah, you can feel the music and see the sounds. If you close your eyes, it feels like you can conduct all of it, making it even more difficult to understand what's going on. But somehow you don't stumble into people, somehow you don't fall over. The air itself is vibrating, and you're confident that you have unlocked the hidden frequency of the universe in this moment.
Oh god. Jeez.
Yeah, that is extremely accurate. God, I need like just a
Nancy's...
random generator. What does Nancy do?
Oh, I was gonna say, I rolled a 1d100 plus 25 to roll under her, so that way to see like what she does. And got a 32. She's actually gonna start making her way back to her friends.
Okay. Flip a coin.
See if she makes it.
See if she knows where her friends are.
Is it flip? How do I do that? 1d2?
I think so, yeah.
Two.
I know you start heading completely in the opposite direction of them.
Deeper into the vibe.
Presumably, friends would see this if they're still watching.
Yeah, Jack is still watching from his spot at the bar.
Are you going to intervene in Nancy's
out there
wandering?
throwing down clearly high, and then some random android grabs her by the arm, jams a needle into it, and then she starts wandering deeper.
Yeah, Jack will finish his drink and like go off to like collect Nancy before she gets too far away if he can.
You're able to go collect Nancy.
What is...
He would like try to take her by the wrist.
What does she look, or what does Jack look like to Nancy?
Nancy, collected.
What does Jack look like to Nancy? Let me think about that. Jack is a pulsating mass of gold and green.
Oh.
There's kind of a spiky vibe to him, but when the spikes kind of like pulsate and wiggle out in your direction, they hit you, and rather than hurting, they feel like cheese. Like they're cheesy tasting.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the vibe you get from Jack.
Nancy's gonna throw her arms around Jack and just like hold him. Trying to walk, but stumbling. Can she talk? What's the state of her vocal? What's the state? Well, I need to know.
As you hold Jack, he tastes wonderful.
Okay. Probably like holding on to Jack. Like,
one arm up.
Jackie, the color tastes cheap green.
She makes absolutely no fucking sense to you. You have no idea what she's saying.
I heard Jack. That's funny. That's a good one, Pat.
It's really good.
Just shake his head and be like,
Jack.
Come on, back to the bar with you. You can't wander off on your own.
No, no, the language, the Duke of Wood, such God. With the water's temperature, feel.
Jack ain't about that
Come
blue
on.
cheese. He's green instead.
What is Issue doing in this situation?
Nancy's actually trying to go back to the pool.
Jack would try to guide her to the bar. Like, come on, like, let's get you back to the bar. We'll get you another drink.
Thanks,
What?
Rias.
Oh God. What is How does it feel to Nancy being pulled away from what she's in that moment feeling is like an ocean of music or an ocean of vibes? I'll hydrate. Thank you, sir.
It feels cold. It feels lonely. You can see the sound waves like ebbing away as you move further. And the energy at the bar is different. It's not bad, but it's not as cozy as the dance floor was.
So, would her friends be viewed more like good places to be next to in this environment?
Do you like cheese?
I mean, right, she's nibbling on his coat.
Oh my god.
God damn it.
Jack would be like, hey, like, I just got this washed. Like, do you mind?
Issue is a cube. She's like a cube made of metallic jello in your mind.
Tube made of metallic jello.
Yeah.
Is it like an inviting metallic jello?
Jiggle.
The jiggle.
I'd say it's reasonably inviting, but it is very sterile.
She's going to reach out and kind of like feel the cube.
You
When
can
did we get a
taste
cube?
numbers.
I'm the kind of silicone that'll jiggle for days if you smack it in the right place.
It is warm. It is a warm silver cube.
Is gonna look at cheese. What? Why is it so warm? When it gets hot, and then she's gonna like fall against the cube. It's so warm.
Nancy, make me roll 1d10 or roll it twice. You've got disadvantage on this.
Senior opposites.
Woof.
1 and 11, or 1 and
Woof.
10.
Okay. Hang on.
Good night,
I
sir.
gotta read something.
I've been called a lot of things, but never a cube. That's a new one.
Interesting. Interesting. Nancy, you feel itchy.
Oh no.
You feel itchy. You're not sure why, but your neck is sore and your ribs hurt. It's not enough to really distract you from the music and the colors around you, but you feel different.
It's okay. So the way that I'm playing this is visually all that she can see is spiky green cheese man, really awesome warm cube of metal that tastes like numbers, and then the ocean of sound, and then that's pretty much it.
Yeah, you can get the vague idea for where solid objects are in the world because you can tell where there isn't sound.
Yeah.
But beyond that, you can't really tell where anything is.
Okay. When she touches the cube, is it like permeable, or is it like something she could climb on?
Nighty night, Vulcan.
You think you could climb the cube?
Would
Good night, Vulcan.
cheese
Do not climb
give
the
some
cube.
sort of would cheese give some kind of solace from the itchiness, do you think?
No.
Actually,
Cube,
what was I saying?
Cube would be way better for itchy.
Okay. Something's wrong with the floor. It's not. Get away. She's gonna kind of climb up onto the cube and curl up against it.
Okay.
Or is it like morphing like a beanbag?
It's like beanbag energy, yeah.
Okay.
Do you climb the cube? Or do you curl up around the cube?
Kind of curl up like. I wish you could draw it like on the front corner aspect, if it's like a beanbag, I guess.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that she's got the shakes now.
I mean, no, actually, you don't.
Oh, really?
You don't
Okay.
have the shakes. You are, however, drooling on issue.
You're like, how's this look for normal people?
Nah, paint a picture. How does this look in normie sphere?
Jack, you are sitting next to Issue, who is sitting at the bar, calm, probably a fairly flat expression on her face, as Nancy is, like, sitting on top of the bar, her head dangling over the side into Issue's lap, where she's drooling. Like she is straddling the bar.
Excellent. Jack will allow this.
Jack will allow this.
By the way, really quick. Is the bartender still hanging out with Issue?
What was that?
Is the bartender still with Issue?
Yeah, he's sitting beside you watching this with a pretty smug expression on his face.
Alrighty, in that case. Issue's going to bring his sly hand up onto the table and slip it palm down towards him.
By the way, I know guns aren't too hard to get around here, but... Well, you seem well connected and, you know, as much as I'd love to keep you around... Would you happen to know anyone that might be able to hook a woman up with something a bit exotic? Someone you could put a good word in with, maybe?
How exotic are we talking?
Well, look at me. Maybe some cyberware.
You want a gun? Cyberware gun, huh?
That or a monoblade.
Jack have any comments on that?
What do you
Anything
mean?
that might make me a bit more appealing.
What do you mean in terms of comments on that? Like, would you know something? Or what?
I mean,
Well,
just like,
yeah, or have any deals.
yeah. Does Jack know a guy as well?
Jack, you were confident that your guy could probably get a hold of either of those things, as long as the gun that she's wanting to implant isn't too exotic. But also, he nods and says, well, there's a few people. If you want
So you're
something
saying a backpack mounted gun won't fit into Issue's forearm?
correct.
The
You
minigun,
will not
shank
get
an arm,
an anti-material rifle
Frick.
arm.
anti-material rifle.
Rifle, yes.
Rifle.
There's Conrad down in the hollow, and there's Babushka, but Babushka won't source the weapon for you. You'd have to bring it to her.
Jack will comment and to be like, oh, Conrad's still alive, Den. I was worried he might ate shit from that flu going around.
He laughs. That fuck is the closest thing they have to a real doctor down there.
Yeah, don't I know it?
Well,
Yeah.
is he reliable?
Conrad?
Yes.
No.
For me, yes.
Jack grimaces a little bit. If you need cyberware and you don't play nice with the government here, he's your only option. He's good. Not as good as Babushka, but he's good. He'll overcharge you, though.
He won't.
And what about Babushka?
She's the best there is. But she doesn't source weapons.
Her rates?
Not cheap, but
Top of the line.
reasonable. Reasonable for what she can offer.
And could you maybe put in a sweet word for your favorite android then?
He looks between you and the girl currently drooling in your lap.
Jack will just kind of gesture and be like, you got to admit that is pretty funny.
I think I could get you an appointment. I don't make any promises, but I think I can do that much.
I'll take it.
Nancy, the person beside the cube looks down at you, and briefly, what was a circle twists into a very toothy smile before fading back into an unobtrusive circle.
What kind of smell? Like, what is it? What's the smell of it?
It tastes bloody. Like
Reminiscent
iron.
of like the Minotaurs. Toothy Maw?
No.
Predatory.
Sharp, definitely.
Nancy's gonna look up and start kind of like trying to climb closer to Cheese, like keeping an eye on the thing. Visibly shooketh. Like I'm imagining like wide eyes,
and one
blown
last
out
thing.
pupils.
Cheese, you are immediately aware that Nancy is about to both dump all of the glasses on the bar in front of her onto the floor and collapse down off this stool headfirst herself. You can prevent one of these things from happening.
Prevent her from going head first, I think.
Okay.
Oh.
There's what you perceive as a horrific crash and what Nancy perceives as diamond dust scattered in the wind.
Imagine he's
Just
got
gonna
like
reach for
one
the
hand
dust.
under like each arm.
Your hands.
He would try to lift her up further if she's like reaching for broken glass.
Yeah, your hands are pulled away from the dust cloud.
Jack's gonna be like, okay, I think that's enough for one night. He's gonna look at like just the broken glass, be like, does her 300 cover that?
No, but the show she put on sure does.
Okay, then I think we're gonna put this one to bed.
Okay.
I'm sure we'll be back. XSC still rents
By the
out
way,
rooms.
one
Yeah.
last thing.
Yeah.
She'll take the hand she slid across the bar away and leave behind a little folded paper slip with a number on it and a little chip along with it as a, tip.
Why, thank you for the 200
Thanks for
monkey
keeping
stream
me
streak. I
company,
love it.
handsome.
Let's see it.
She
How
gets
you
a
doing?
wink and a toothy grin from him.
Nice. If he tries to call the number, it's going to connect him to an AI-powered, Lucent brand, subscription-based phone sex hotline.
Oh my god.
It's wonderful.
Hang on. Let me...
Is it in her voice?
Okay. Good to know.
Close
Not
enough,
telling
really.
you the outcome there, but...
Hey, she also tipped him.
That's true.
I would take that
Is
as
there-
a pretty like, yeah, whatever. Like,
Is there a mark on Nancy's arm?
Where?
Where she got whatever the hell was attached to her?
roofied.
Nothing that... Actually, you can see like a pulsating copper energy, but there's no mark that you can see, not that you can really see.
Okay. What does it feel like?
Given she tipped him and is essentially paying for his first subscription, Drac, I'd do it. Or appreciate it, at least. Issue even turned off the chat meter for him.
Brain wrecks.
Yeah. Okay. Nancy, yeah.
Jack will try to like literally not sling her over his shoulder, but like basically piggyback carry her. Be like, okay, like that's enough for one night.
See, can you give me 1d4 plus 2? Wow. Okay.
That's special.
6. That's 6 stress relief. And you
Nancy
can
had a good
give
time.
yourself a point in sanity, fear, or body. Yeah, Nancy's still vibing.
If they'll happen to a tune that she can't hear.
Where are you taking them?
Matthias just asked like the barkeep, like, Ecstasy still rents out rooms by today, right?
You get a weird look, and he says yes, but they come with companionship.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to think where out of character, where is the closest just like room rental that isn't the Ecstasy?
You'd have to make your way down the street a fair bit. It's probably close back to the docks if you want something half decent.
How heavy is Nancy, relatively speaking?
Out of suit?
Not super heavy, but she's drooling.
Very sweaty.
And looks like she's gonna throw up.
Drooling, dead weight, very sweaty. The worst thing you could ever try to maneuver into her bed.
Ugh. Yeah, pass me a... Could I get a bag to go, Den?
Looks at you very strangely and then, like, digs up a trash bag.
Yeah, that'll do. He'll take the trash bag and I'll be like, alright, like, taking you to get some rest then. Because I ain't babysitting you all night like this.
To mumble something. Just keep chewing, gently chewing on like the collar, make some sort of comment about Parmesan cheese.
Leaving the club.
Yeah.
Nancy, roll 1d4.
Another
You
3.
gain 3 stress. You gain 3 stress. The world is sad and cold and lonely and gray.
What is the
Jack would,
closest
like,
happy
look
thing?
The club that you just left.
Outside of the club,
Jack
which
would
she's reaching for.
Jack would look at Issue as well and be like, yeah, I'm gonna go get her a room, and then I'm going back out for a bit. What about yourself?
Well, I do have some shopping to do.
Do you want a guide for that, or do you figure you're all right?
But if you have your hands busy here, I think I can find my way.
Right. Yeah, it'd take me about 20 minutes or so, maybe half an hour to drop her off, and then I think I'm gonna go for that aforementioned Chinese tobacco.
Fair enough then.
Also, ignore what he was telling you about Conrad. Conrad and me go way, way, way back. He wouldn't rip off a mate of mine. Not if I'm around, in any case.
guess he's gonna start
Ripping me
grabbing
off
at her
isn't what I'm
neck.
worried about. It's ripping my wires that concerns me.
Yeah, that's fair. He's good at what he does. I mean, he ain't babushka, but up to you. Just letting you know that he's a safe bet as far as cost and all that goes.
I'll keep it into consideration.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go drop this train wreck off. Oh, actually, real quick, do you got being an artist in your book and all? Do you got a marker on you?
I think I know where this is going.
Oh boy.
Is she's going to produce from her breast pocket a fancy pen?
Felt marker by chance?
Pen is superior.
Mind if I borrow it for the evening?
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Don't sell it.
No, wouldn't dream of it. He pockets the pen, and he's like, all right, well, if you need any tin, I will probably be, if they're still open. Probably the dockside hotel is where I'll be dropping her off. It's clean enough and pretty on the cheap.
As long as it's safe as well.
Yeah, it's one of the safer ones because it's close to dock security, so safe enough. And once that's done, I'm gonna be going down. There's a little opium shop den between. Out of character, was it between hydroponics or was it?
Let me grab it quickly. One sec.
So
It
granted,
is-
because they can't
so it's
hear
called
me,
the Velvet Coil, and it is
telling you guys my
between
chat.
the dry dock and the stellar
Probably
burn.
shouldn't be leaving
It's
Nancy alone.
accessible via an elevator called, or marked.
Usually you have a babysitter
hydroponic
for a
maintenance.
very good reason. Not that they would know that.
Let's see. So between stellar burn and hydroponics.
Yeah.
Velvet Coil.
I'm gonna say it's like
Yeah, so if it's still open, I'll be going to a place called the Velvet Coil. It's between hydroponics and the stellar burn.
Oop, that's way too big.
And I'll probably
Understood.
be retiring back to the dockside hotel myself. All right. Don't really have a number, but yeah. That's where you'll find. Those are the two places you'll find me. Assuming nothing goes wrong.
Yeah. So you're dropping Nancy off.
Don't worry, I think I can track you down. But have an enjoyable night.
Here's hoping. Yeah, you would literally like piggyback Nancy to the hotel.
Okay, when you get there, what do you do with her?
Well, you try to rent a room first off. Maybe a 2-bedroom. Like 2 twin beds or something.
Sure.
Yeah, and at that point he'd go into the room and he'd like basically deposit her on the bed.
Okay. Just kind of ditch her there. Nancy, what do you do when he does this?
Probably like
He's-
mouth
he's just
something.
leaving.
Yeah, probably just mouth something, but is pretty discoordinated right now. It's just kind of like a floppy mess on the mattress.
Gotta put pillows on either side of her so she doesn't roll off.
That's a good idea. I don't think, admittedly, that Jack would think about that.
Make like a nice
Alright,
little pillow
I'm
nest.
going out. He'll like put her in the bed and like, I don't know, wrap her up and be like, alright, I'm going out for a while. Like, I'll be back though. Like, you stay here, yeah? You're tired, right?
The flow of the time music screams that I need my Mwah.
Do you want some music playing?
She just kind of makes a noise that's neither an acknowledgement, or sorry, an agreement or a disagreement, and starts kind of groping around the mattress.
He'd just like let her grope around the mattress again and be like, hey, like, you don't leave this room, yeah?
She just kind of kicks her foot out a little bit. Actually, would Nancy be able to understand what he's saying? Or is it just like noises that aren't beautiful sounds of electronic?
Make me a sanity save.
At disadvantage.
Yes, at disadvantage.
Oh no. Oh, one of those was really good.
You smile and nod.
Nancy smiles and nods. Maybe throws in like a
Alright, Den. That's settled. He then like straightens up. Then he seems like remember something. And he leans over and takes out the pen and writes Rube on her forehead.
Ugh,
What does that feel like to Nancy?
how dare.
Because it's a pin.
Let me think about that. What kind of pen?
Just a ballpoint, I guess.
That's gonna be uncomfortable.
What kind of pen is it? Is
Normally.
it actually a ballpoint or is it a fountain pen?
Yeah, what does issue write in?
Fountain pen.
Yeah, I figured it would.
No. Jack probably doesn't know how to
Jack-
use a fountain
Yeah, I
pen.
was gonna say, do you know how?
Made to write contracts in 0G.
Okay.
Wow, 0G fountain pen. I don't know how that would work.
With very
Neither would I.
impressive material science.
But it does.
Hmm.
And, yeah. Yeah.
If it would be perceived as incredibly uncomfortable, she would slap it away as hard as she can. If it would be deemed as something very soft and nuzzleable, she'd probably lean up into it, like a cat bunting.
Wait,
I would-
you know what? Let's go with ballpoint.
I would say that it feels smooth. And like
Okay.
kind of a not gray and smooth are the two descriptors I'm going to give you. It is more nuzzleable than it is unpleasant.
Kind of rotates her head in a little circle.
Yeah,
Making
you get
it
a
very difficult
stupid
to
line
write.
across your face. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably quite not well written, but it is Rube, with some additional lines and corrections and whatnot.
Nancy, you look concerning.
Yeah.
A mustache and goatee while you're at it.
Yeah, that is tempting. I think he'd leave it there. He's not a mustache and goatee kind of guy. All right, I'll be
How
back
nice
in
of
a
him.
bit. I'll be back in a bit then. You get a good rest.
And then she's on her own.
Yeah, he would lock the door on the way out, I think, presuming that she is, even if she gets out of bed, she's not like capable of operating a lock. That's the hope, anyways. And then he'd be off to get high. His responsible adult caretaker thing done. He's off to do opiates now.
Yeah, I'll address your.
I dropped off the child, now I want to go do
adventure.
drugs.
Yeah.
Okay. So you head towards the dry dock and find what you remember as the hydroponic maintenance elevator. You ride down it, and there are 3 little clicks as it bumps along the rails that carry it downwards, which you remember as your cue to step off the elevator. You don't ride it all the way to the bottom, you get off early. That brings you to...
So, because of how we're doing this, I'm gonna actually have
tunnel
to
is the best term for it.
message Ren. But I'm gonna tell you guys what I'm
It
doing.
carries you to a bright red
Nancy
door.
is going to get incredibly sad and lonely, and is gonna want cheese and cute.
Yep, you'd head on in.
And I'm going to be
approvingly.
messaging Ren to see if she can get out. So if you see me
It's,
roll, it's going to be whether or not she can
totally
actually
silent
manipulate
until you
the
open the
complex
At
mock,
which point there's a
which is just a turn lock, and
heavy
be free.
smell of sweet
And then I'll kind of dictate what's happening.
resin and myrrh, and gentle music coming through. You recognize the smell immediately as the proprietary opium that this particular establishment carries.
Nice. It's
It's a
organic.
Black
It's organic
Star.
too.
Yes,
Very
Black Star
important.
poppy resin.
Very nice.
There are low silk couches scattered all around. There's a ceiling of weird bioluminescent vines kind of above you. And the bar where people smoke from pipes and gloved attendants hand out opium.
Nice. Yeah, he would. That would be how he spends like the next several hours, basically, just reclining, relaxing, with a little bit of that sweet, sweet Chinese tobacco.
Yeah. The owner of the establishment is not currently in, but you would remember her. You've interacted with her before, and her picture is still on the wall. So, if you ever wanted to dig around and talk to her for some reason, you probably could.
I think for now he just wants to relax.
Yeah.
He'd spend a few hours and then probably head back to the hotel afterwards. Some nice Shanghai Sally.
Shanghai Sally.
Yeah, roll me 1d4 plus 2, and then you can put a point in one of your saves.
3.
Okay.
Is that for stress reduction?
Yes, that is stress reduction.
Nice.
Nancy, how good are you at door?
Well, she is an engineer, or at least a mechanic.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. And you can hear the little... Well, here. Let me... I think you're really good at door.
Really good at door.
But door is not door is not as easy as it once was. I'm gonna say door's still easy peasy. So roll me 1d12 minus 1d6.
I think doing that. What is it at?
Yeah, you're fucking great at door.
Door's
Damn,
great.
that
Door's
girl good
easy.
at door.
you can hear the pins in the lock, like from across the room. You know how to open door. Door opens you.
Door has been
You
opened
feel
throughout.
free. You run like a fucking gremlin through the halls of the Dockside Hotel. Elevator presents more of a challenge. You find yourself riding it for a good 20-30 minutes before door opens onto the pathway to the shiny.
Are there other shinies, or is it just the one shiny?
The whole city is shiny compared to door.
What's the most friendly looking? Smell that I can taste?
Specifically smell?
Yeah, you know, one that you can seal with like the brain nose.
Speaking the language of the gods here.
Because when you're searching, right, and you're listening for flavors, you want to make sure that you can hear them with your taste buds.
What song does your brain nose sing?
It's looking for something that's got like the most vibrant texture possible.
Vibrant texture.
Yeah, like some real neon notes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think I know what you're saying.
Cotton Eye Joe's got a really nice homely flavor to it.
Yes, you.
Okay. Okay. I'm looking through my list of buildings and trying to decide
Oh,
what I
no.
think has the nicest texture. Okay, I know what I must do. Far off in the horizon, you see a blinding bright light. It is soft and green and squishy and warm and feels like happy.
I'm rolling to see. I guess I should just do a coin flip, actually. Rolling to see if Nancy goes to this, or if she keeps searching for what she was originally searching for. One is searching for, two is go to this. She has it.
Happy in the distance calls. Nancy, you run through the fucking streets like a gremlin. Are you still wearing the same clothes?
Yeah.
You wouldn't have gotten dressed or anything. Roll me 1d100.
Good.
77.
Oh no,
It's
she's
Rosette.
going to go streaking.
You continue running towards the green, squishy, happy thing in the distance, and it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger the closer you get to it. Until it starts to spread out like an umbrella, looming over you. Everything is warm, happy, soft. The ground is squishy, the walls are squishy, but like it's a nice squishy. And It tastes like freshness. You can feel air moving through your ribs,
Right,
and then
because of the
coming back
gills.
in through your throat.
Nancy. I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna flip a coin.
Okay.
Same thing. Stays.
Okay. You wander around in this like ocean of green, soft, squishy happiness until you see something in the distance. It is warm, bright, like a golden glow that drips like honey from this green thing in the sky. And it settles down on what you recognize as a building in particular with a bright glow inside.
No, wait, do I recognize the building? Or just as a building?
You recognize it as a building.
Nancy's gonna try and figure out what the building is. Why does it taste like this?
It tastes like cinnamon and orange peel and a faint, like, oily, metallic tang.
Would it be more welcoming than the green?
I mean, it's underneath the green thing.
Oh.
It is a part of the green thing. It is a glistening glob of honey amidst the green.
Did I argue that even in her current altered state, that there is a extremely low chance that her time with machinery might influence her decision? And if it is, in fact, a very dangerous industrial machine, that she would kind of like subconsciously not go towards it?
What I'll say is that this is organic. You know that. Machines do not taste like this.
She'll go closer. That's a lot of twos.
So many twos. You find yourself just immersed in warm, soft honey. And there's a thing moving around inside it that it has an unusual soft but wiggly energy to it. Pink and like a light blue with a soft yellow glow around it. It smells warm. And it reaches out and touches your head.
Did you say it was like wiggling?
It's wiggly.
Nancy doesn't like
it's
the
not
wiggling.
much bigger than you are.
She's gonna back away from it.
You're gonna back away from it?
Yeah, the wiggling.
The
she doesn't like the wiggling.
The wiggling stops.
Nancy only loves jiggly, not wiggly.
Very important distinction.
Yeah,
Very
the
important.
wiggling stops when you back away.
Son of a... Hold on, 1 second. These don't count. 1 second. Okay, so you can't actually roll ones. Oh, okay.
You can't.
Right, yeah, you
All right.
personally cannot.
You feel yourself just getting heavy inside this honey gold soft place. The wiggly has stopped and just seems to be maintaining distance, waiting. You are more and more feeling exhausted.
Nancy's gonna want to climb back out, or not climb. I imagine she like climbed into something, but go back to the green stuff.
How good are you at door?
At door? I mean, door's pretty.
Yeah.
She's okay at door. She's really good at door, actually.
I don't think you're so good at door anymore.
No.
No. I think you're mid at door.
You think she's mid at door? I mean, yeah,
I
she's
think
kind of
door is
tired.
a challenge now.
So it's gonna be a 1d8.
Minus 1d10. And actually, you have disadvantage too.
How do you do that with
So-
this roll?
Imagine being bad at door.
Roll
Couldn't be me.
1d8 twice and 1d10.
Can I do this? No, I can't. Okay, I'll just do 2d8 then.
Yeah, disadvantage. at
Oh, I
door.
can't.
2d8 and 1d10.
Here, we'll just do this. Oh, did I mistyped it, that's why. I'm actually bad at keyboard.
Bad at door, bad at keyboard.
Four minus 9. You are
I-
fucking bad at door.
Door bad. This door is not as good as other door.
No, door bad. You find yourself stuck in the sticky honey. The longer you're there, the more tired you get, and you find yourself just drifting off to sleep, pressed against door.
Nancy's gonna try and talk to the wiggly thing and say that she wants to go back to her friend's cube and cheese.
The wiggly thing shifts, like, sympathetically, but does not assist you.
Can I just say that I feel like Nancy wandered into like the middle of a nuclear reactor and is just slowly getting demon cored?
You walked into that they for like a burrito company came into town and they're doing like an expo, and she walked in like the giant microwave that they had set up for the expo.
Yeah, oh god.
Nancy, are you trying to tell me that you don't trust your own vibe detector?
Actually, yeah, can I vibe check myself?
Yeah, you can vibe check yourself. How good are you at vibe? What skills, talents, life experiences do you have that would make you feel better
Actually-
about vibe?
Maybe not cognitive or consciously, but being a war survivor, she probably would have some semblance of a gut that would kind of like angle her.
I think that's reasonable. What do you think you are?
In this day, so I'm assuming both drugs are now like in full effect. Like she's at serum level.
Oh yes. Oh, yeah. You're riding it hard.
I would say that normally she's okay. Like her gut has kind of kept her. That's why she's got like the Grim Reaper patch. She's okay.
Yeah.
Right now, I would say that she's probably like UG to mid.
I'm gonna actually make a counter argument. I think the drugs make her vibe check better, but
Okay.
this is a very different vibe from what she's used to. So I think that she's pushing it. So I would say she's really good, but she's also pushing it.
Okay. So I see how it is.
So
Oh,
give
and
me
still disadvantage.
1d12 minus 12. Or, yeah.
2d12.
Yeah, 2d12 minus 12. Okay, what are these?
Jeezums.
Yeah.
Cheese and rice.
You cannot trust your own vibes at all.
No.
They are absolutely baffling to you. You have no idea what's going on. You are like a dog that just had anesthesia, and you have no idea.
The vibes are off.
Oh my god.
She's gonna try door again.
I'm gonna say you are now officially fucking trash at door,
Yeah, yeah.
and I would say you're pushing it.
Nancy is no longer in her lane.
So roll me 2d4 minus 1d12.
Oh, my bad. I did 20. Let me just roll a d12.
Holy shit, you would have succeeded there, but yeah. Roll 1d12. Nope.
That's my bad. Why am I so bad at keyboard? Hey.
It's directly tied to your door
Holy
ability.
shit.
Oh, you can shake you can drag the dice if you hold right click on them. You can re-roll them.
You scramble at the wall of the sticky thing. Make me a body save.
Body.
At disadvantage.
Yeah.
Holy fuck. You scramble at what you believe to be door and tumble and find yourself plunging downward.
Oh
You
no.
crash into cold and sticky, and you feel yourself becoming numb.
She just landed
The
like a
vibes
big
are now
pool.
absolutely rancid.
He's landing like a big pool of coolant. So, what is there to do now? Like, is there another, like, beacon?
There's big, bright green that is overwhelming. So bright that you can't really see anything else beyond it. So you could run in the direction of the darkness if you can get out of sticky.
No, she doesn't want to be in sticky, so she's gonna try and get out.
There's suddenly a lot more wiggly things that are moving towards you.
I don't like that. Nancy doesn't like those wiggly things.
She's got to figure out door. Fast.
She figured out door. She figured
Door
out
did
door
not go
and
good.
then fell. How far away have you traveled? How much time has been spent? No, you're still high as fuck.
Yeah, no, I got
You
10
rolled
hours.
1d, or you rolled 10 on that.
Yep.
Okay. Quick pause. Is Issue doing anything right now? Or are we gonna continue the adventures of stoned out of her fucking gourd Nancy?
Well, I kind of want to see where this goes, but
Okay, then we can.
Issue's going to go the robot version of window shopping and perusing her choice of new shoes. She's going to go look for some new cyberware.
I'm gonna say that isn't enough to fully constitute a leisure activity necessarily in and of itself, but yeah, that works. Okay. You are able to manage to find some pretty cool cyberware, though.
So I'd say I like the visual juxtaposition. Nancy tripping balls getting approached by like ethereal creatures that are wiggling ominously at her as she slowly loses energy beneath what looks like a giant glowing green tree. Hard cut to Issue, just like, you know, window shopping, browsing.
Standing at a window.
Yeah.
Issue is in her lane, vibing.
Moisturized.
Nancy is decidedly not.
Okay, Nancy, God, this is the most cursed thing. The wiggly things are moving into attack.
Nancy's gonna go back over. Nancy liked it better in the honey.
Okay.
Oh,
You're
hey,
gonna
actually-
run back in the direction of honey and door.
Well, is there like there's like no other like beacon to go towards?
Not unless you. So there's sticky. There is like sticky and cold. There is warm honey, and there is massive green beacon. The only other beacon that you could pick up on would be darkness. And then deep, deep down, you can see what you can only describe as pain. Just pain.
So there's no. How could green can Nancy climb green?
Nancy could attempt to travel towards the heart of the green.
No, Nancy's going back in orange.
Nancy's going back into orange.
I mean, it's either that or getting attacked by like, you know, the Shoggoth that's like coming out of the darkness.
Yeah. You retreat into the relative safety of honey. And one of the Wigglies follows very, very slowly after you. It appears compressed against the ground, strangely.
Can't go back that far. Nancy wants her friends.
Nancy has no idea where her friends are.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Nancy.
The only friend that she has nearby is Orange and Honey.
Nancy's gonna ask if Orange Wiggly can help her.
Wiggly squishes even harder against the floor.
Wait, is this the first Wiggly or is this different Wiggly?
It resembles the same Wiggly.
Why do I feel like this is a child? Is there a way? Because so Nancy had to get doing Nancy's best. She's gonna try and pick a direction that was what she originally came from initially to get to the orange, and try and go that way.
Okay. Okay, so you're going to leave Honey and head in the direction of darkness.
I guess where she came from, if that's where she thinks it is.
Darkness.
But
Okay.
not the direction of the other Wigglies.
The other Wigglies are all kind of looming around Orange now.
But they're not getting in.
No, they're not getting in.
I guess there's not much for her to do. Illogically speaking, logically.
I mean, if she trusts her vibes, then no.
Did
If
she vibe
doesn't
check herself
trust her
again?
vibes, she can try.
Okay, what was it?
How much faith do you have in your vibes?
So you said it was
It might not be the same
2d10.
now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, how good are you at vibe?
I'd say she's pretty mid at this point.
I think she's more ugh.
More okay.
Yeah. But I think that your dog could catch these vibes.
Oh, minus, not plus. Nope. Oh, well, actually.
You think the vibes might be accurate. You think Orange might not be a bad place to be.
Can she try and use the one neuron that's not like microwaved to try and figure out what like just where she might be?
The one neuron that's not microwaved. Let me look at your character and make that decision. You've got no items on you, do you?
Her clothing. Her shit.
Yeah.
Trying to think what she would have on her.
Actually, roll me botany with disadvantage.
Botany with disadvantage. Ooh. It is the first time I've ever done botany. No, yes. And then that would be when we pulled out. Would that be intellect, combat, or speed? Probably intellect.
What's the vibe say? Is it intellect, combat, or speed, boy?
Well, if she's vibe checking the situation, I'd say it's more combat, because that's where her
That's sure.
upbringing's from. Yeah. So, one good, one
Oh
bad.
fuck. You have no fucking clue where you are.
Now, it feels safe. She's gonna go somewhere away from door and kind of like curl up in a sitting fetal position.
Deeper into honey or
No, just like a
further away from honey?
just kind of like adjacent to door. Like, because her vibe right now is telling her that Honey Wiggly is probably okay, but it's flat, and so maybe she's making it very upset. And dark Wigglies are very scary, and she doesn't want to be near that. So she's gonna just kind of like try and exist away from
Curl
it.
up in a corner. Sure,
Yeah, but not
that's
like
fair.
in it.
That's fair. Okay. It seems to let you live your life over in the corner of the honey room. And it just kind of sits on the other side and waits.
I guess after a little bit of time, Nancy's gonna quietly ask it again if it can help and where she is. Quietly.
It. You. A blob of something leaves its body and rolls in your direction, stopping in front of you.
What does the blob look like?
The blob looks green and red and squishy and sweet.
So
I don't know
far,
if Nancy would be able to remember, but she should have. I mean, up to I guess, but she did hear the name of the hotel she was at when.
Did she?
Jack was. Yeah, Jack. Well, Jack was carrying her and told.
Now she's super
Issue
lost in the
both the name
sauce.
of
I
the-
don't know if
both-
she.
Both the name of the hotel and the name of the drug den he was going to, but yeah, I don't know how sauce lost she was.
I mean, she is communing with an elder god right now. I don't think the human language applies to her. Well, anytime there's been red, it hasn't been good. Thinking back on it, green's been good. But, like, the red jagged thing that kind of drugged her up. The music, I think, was similar. She's not really gonna move. She's just gonna stare at it.
It pulsates gently in front of you.
And she's gonna reach out with one hand and touch it.
It feels sweet and soft.
Does it feel similar to Cube?
No, it feels nothing like Cube.
What about cheese?
More like cheese than Cube, but very different still.
gonna do one last vibe check.
Do not conflate Cube with the likes of this.
Yeah. I want to say she's fucking trash.
Yeah, I think she's fucking trash.
And pushing it?
Yeah. We're pushing it.
Oh wait, disadvantage.
Oh god.
No. Does not understand whatsoever.
Yeah. You have no fucking clue what's going on. You can't be confident that red is in fact bad. You also can't be confident that anything is anything.
Yeah, from
Thanks,
the meta
Kitsun.
perspective, this feels like she's talking to like a garbage compactor or something.
Question for Jack. What percent as high are you?
I don't even think remotely. Like maybe 2 grams.
Okay, so you're not even in the same galaxy as Nancy is currently. Ugh. Okay. Okay. Nancy, how do you approach this situation?
I don't even know if Nancy can understand anything. Well, I know she can't understand anything.
Nancy is barely human right now.
Nancy's like on an actual genuine D&T trip, and she's communing with the machine elves, and they are trying to activate her pleroma, okay? They're actively like there is a thought form entity reaching out to her right now. And she does not understand what be not afraid translates to.
All she hears is afraid, and that's good enough.
No, she hears be. Be and be not. So Nace is gonna try and cup the jelly.
You
With one hand.
cup the jelly with one hand, and it feels warm, squishy, soft. It feels safe.
Let's just go see what wiggle, what the wiggly thing is showing.
The wiggly thing is just motionless at this point.
Needs to ask if this is friend.
Intense wiggling.
So, another thing again, I feel like Nancy ended up in like an organ harvesting area. And
the best possible.
There's like the blend bot 10,000 is in the middle of the room and it's trying to goad her to get closer.
God.
The suicide booth from Futurama.
No, it's like
But it's got a
aggressive
quota to
suicide
fill.
booth. Yeah.
It's suicide booth with a quota.
Oh god.
Nancy is a living, breathing anthemusa of the concept of understanding right now.
I suspect, conceivably, she might be in botany or something. Thus the botany role.
No, I'm trying to play this as Nancy Pursuit. Fuck it, it's
I know.
friend shaped. She's gonna grab it or something.
gonna grab it.
With one hand.
Okay. You grab it with one hand. It remains inert, albeit wiggly.
Now pump.
Nancy's
Wow.
gonna lean over again and ask if she's supposed to.
Lean over
If she's
on
supposed to walk
what?
into it. Like, no, not lean over, like kind of like lean over to one side.
In the direction of...
Side of the door was open and the puppies were screaming. Like around. She's still kind of like in her fetal position. She's kind of like doing. Is this flavor text? She's just talking
I see.
to the wiggle thing. She's asked if she's supposed to like hug it.
The wiggle thing walks over and it reaches out and touches you, and you feel suddenly very, very light. And
Oh
then
god, it's more
very,
drugs.
Very heavy.
Getting choked up again.
Make me a body save at disadvantage.
It's
Yeah, it's
the
just been
same
covering in
android.
carousel.
It's the same android as before.
Nancy's just gonna be so fucking full of drugs. It's not the deep that killed her. It's the goddamn drugs.
Oh god, that's so bad. That is such a bad failure.
Oh yeah.
Okay, hang on. I need to read something.
Oh, it's a stim pack.
Every time they meet, it just pumps her full of another dose.
I love that it does. The idea that this like antlered android, it does it like without words or like no conversation. It just like walks up to you and just like slaps you in the arm with like a hypodermic needle.
Nancy, you become extremely, extremely heavy all of a sudden.
Oh, great,
And
we're doing
then
this.
You feel... Oh, what?
Huh?
Okay. You feel as if you're being pulled in many, many directions all at once.
I know that feeling.
And then suddenly you experience the same diamond dust feeling in your own body that you saw when the glass shattered in the bar. Each fragment spins off in its own wild direction, following its own thread into the void. One thread fixates on the smell of engine grease from your childhood. Another one feels soft soil under your feet. A third one screams, "We were never whole to begin with." And you find yourself trying to gather the strands together and stitch yourself into something coherent with logic and force of will, but no matter what you do, the edges won't align. And the harder you pull, the more the different threads fray and head in disparate directions. And a quiet, certain dread starts to settle into your heart as you come undone.
Shit.
Okay.
Ness is gonna scream.
That's valid. That's very valid. I'm gonna roll some stuff, and I'm going to send you a message in DMs.
It'd be really sad but fitting if it's not the deep that killed Nancy, it's just some dude with a rusty needle.
Just a bad trip doing it.
I feel like she got split open and she's pulling her organs out.
Okay.
Either that or she's being like uploaded or upgraded. Though why that would be happening for free? My money is she fell into like an industrial meat grinder or something. Actually, I take that back. You know what she's gonna scream for?
How horrifying.
Mentally? I guess she'll be calling for the Minotaur.
Interesting.
I had to think about that for a second. Because I was like, I'm trying to think of like what religious kind of thing would work for her. And so she calls for the Minotaur. So that is an interesting thing that you sent me. Yeah, that works.
Cool. Yeah, Nancy, you collapse. Too exhausted to really function anymore. Okay. What are our other two people doing?
After probably a couple hours at the Velvet Coil, Jack will probably mosey on back to the hotel, feeling fantastic.
Okay. You mosey on back to the hotel, and you find that the little mini bar in the hotel has been broken open, and someone has shoved a fork into the catch where the door opens. The room is fucked. Like, absolutely fucked. There is no Nancy.
Of course not. You can like look around, kind of like slowly scratching his chin.
Wait. That way. There we go.
Nancy, roll me, roll me sanity.
Sanity.
With disadvantage, of course.
No eagle.
Would there be anything? If this is about being pulled apart, could tenacious work? Oh, okay.
I'll give you War Survivor.
Ugh. Yep.
Yeah. You can take one, you can add a point to one of your saves, but you don't get any stress recovery.
Okay.
You just gain stress, and your stress is horrifically high right now.
I mean, understandable. Just had a little bit of an oopsie poopsie.
Yeah. Yeah. You're gonna need
Find a guy.
a stress relief break from your stress relief break. Okay, so yeah, you find that there is in fact no Nancy. An issue. You do manage to find which was it? A store that sells the Nanoblade. If you wanted to buy it to be installed later, you know a place where you can do that.
Good morning,
have
Eagle.
to-
How you doing?
Nice.
Jackal groan.
Aside
He's
from
like,
that, tell me about the Burnout Lounge, though.
Ah. The Burnout
So-
Lounge.
Unofficially, I just want to
The
put this in
Burnout
chat for a second.
Lounge, where'd you get that name? I'm forgetting where was that something?
The list?
Oh, that's right. Yes. So, the Burnout Lounge, you don't know anything about it, really. You would know that it's vaguely near the Cannon Heavy Market, or Canyon, sorry. But aside from that, you don't know much.
Anything that can be gleaned from the outside?
I mean, if you were to get there, yeah.
Not trying to take from anything at
But
all.
do you
But in
know
my
where it
head,
is?
the only thing I could think about during the whole time with Nancy is this song.
I figure no, unless she stumbled on it by accident.
Let me look.
I posted
Where
in my
is
general.
that?
Well, you know,
On
just
Discord.
walking around.
Unless you walked for like
And that
7
song
hours,
is like all that I could think of.
no, you wouldn't have stumbled on it. It's a long way away.
Fair.
You probably, let's see. What you would probably be near right now more than anything is the icebox.
So, the VR stuff?
Yeah.
I figure she could get into that.
Okay. Wait. So the icebox. If you enter the building, it's you're immediately struck by hundreds of human-sized pods, all lined up side by side, advertised as slick bays. Each of them seems to have its own like console built beside it. And there's a clerk at the back that kind of seems to be in charge of coordinating all of this. You can see some people have slid themselves, for lack of a better term, into these strangely organic, but also biomechanical sleeves. And they are just zonked out of their gourds, completely disassociated as wild lights flash on the screens beside their pods.
Interesting.
If you... actually, you have computers, don't you?
Yee.
Yeah, you do. Okay. So, you would know, Flick Bays are a hyper-realistic virtual reality. they come in a number of different styles. Some are more educational, oriented towards like experiences. Others are memories that you can relive, re-experience, put yourself in. Some are games. People frequently play MMORPGs set in these slick worlds, and they vary in both complexity and depth. So you can have some that are a perfect imitation of real life, and others that are far less so. There are individuals who get stuck inside these, become obsessed with them, and never come out.
Are they
It's called
prefabs
having
or
a-
made to order?
So that's having a grind set.
Like the pods themselves or the programs run on them?
Programs.
You can get them both ways. So there are some that are games, but you could also get something custom made if you wanted to. You might have seen advertisements for scattered around the city for different kinds of these programs, ranging from like a video game to sex, like all kinds of stuff. You can experience anything virtually.
I think you shall approach one of the clerks and see about the rates for a custom sim then.
The clerk would smile and ask, what kind of a sim would you be interested in?
A bit of a specific one.
Yeah.
Preferably, I'd also want it to involve some, let's just say, risque material.
The clerk smiles at this. You've given them something to work with. And they gesture you over to a man. You're not actually sure if they are a man at all. They're fairly androgynous, tall, well-muscled, but have a kind of a feminine look to their face. And they look up from the computer that they're working on and then gesture back behind them to a wall with all kinds of different data chips. I can mix pretty much whatever you'd like. What are you interested in?
Well, I'm feeling a bit bored and homesick. So an office space setting would be ideal.
An office-based setting. Is there someone you'd be interested in? A coworker, boss, subordinate?
Surprise me, but make them break the rules, per se. Like a skirt half an inch too short.
For a brief moment, there's a smile that creeps across this person's face. I see. That's scandalous. I think I can help you.
Exactly.
And this is you watching my
It'll take
stream.
a little bit of
Apparently,
time,
that just
and
opened up, started by one of our wonderful mods.
tap away at their
So,
computer for
what happened to Nancy?
a few minutes and then look up. It'll probably be a couple of hours. Can you wait that long?
I can't see why not.
They nod and then just start madly typing.
Could I peruse your other sims in the meanwhile?
By all means. What kind of things would you be interested in?
What would a corporate secretary like myself enjoy, do you think?
Corporate Secretary Simulator.
That's that VR game, Job Simulator.
They, like...
I'm going to suck the passion out of this guy's work.
Yeah, you are. They think for a moment, and then their expression lights up. And they look at you and say, I know exactly what you want. They turn
Do you now?
Yes. They turn to the clerk and write some numbers down on a piece of paper and hand it to them. And the clerk leaves, comes back with a larger data drive, plugs it in, and he spends just 5 minutes moving things around, adjusting things, and then disconnects it and hands it to you. Hook this up, it'll keep you busy for way longer than you think it will.
Fair enough then. Warn me when the other sim is ready.
He just shrugs and smiles.
So be it then. I guess if she gets to pick her own pod.
Yeah, she gets to pick her own pod, and if she wants to plug this in, she can.
Can she look it over?
I mean, yeah, she could. What are you
Like,
going
at
to
a glance,
analyze it
is
for?
there anything to glean from it? Any labeling?
There's a name on it. It says Yana Koval.
Huh. And stupid question here.
Yeah.
But issue with her computer knowledge and all. She'd know these are safe, right? For
They're
androids specifically.
They're safe in the sense that they won't... They're not going to do anything beyond influence your senses. So, are there unsafe things that could be done by influencing your senses? Temporarily, yes. They're probably safer for androids than they are for humans.
She can live with that. All right, she'll plug it in. Full send.
Okay, you find yourself instantly immersed in the Lucent equivalent of a Japanese black company, like, tech position, where you show up, you grind all day at work, and then you return home to sleep until you wake up again and have to go back to work.
Oh my god, no.
That's soul destroying.
She's a laborer.
No, she is a technical worker. She is not a laborer.
It's the perfect work, but the worst position.
It's a horror game, actually.
She's discovering what it's like to have a job she's passionate about.
Cursed.
Damn, that's brutal.
Absolutely cursed.
Be ripped
Is
away from her.
this stress relief? Is this leisure? You are getting insight into a human's thoughts and memories.
Ironically, though, I'd say yes. It's repetitive work she's familiar with.
Okay. Roll me 1d4 plus 2 and recover a point. Or, sorry, gain a point in one of your saves.
Done and done.
Cool. Jack, you are Nancient. What do you do?
He's gonna be like, oh man, I just wanted to go to fucking bed. He's gonna go down to the lobby. And is
Okay.
there like a receptionist?
They are currently busy cleaning.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, pardon me there, mate. Could you direct me to the nearest security checkpoint station place?
He thumbs back in the direction of the docks that you came in on.
Okay.
Hub's back that way. Not too far.
Great, thanks. And he'd wander out, kind of meandering to the checkpoint. Or to the station. And he'd approach if there was someone like behind a desk or whatever.
Yeah, the person behind the desk looks up at you, kind of annoyed that they're having to work in the middle of the night.
Jack would put his hands on the counter, kind of like fingers spread, tapping a little bit, and go, I got a favor to ask you there, mate.
Yes?
I need you... I lost track of my friend, right? They got in a bit of a stupor and wandered off from me. How much would it cost me for a lick of your time to look up the location of their credit chit?
He pauses and looks first at you, and then you see almost imperceptibly his eyes flicker to see if there's anyone else nearby. That's illegal. Unless you have some kind of connection that I can verify with this person, I cannot give you that information.
Yeah, I got some, Jack would also look around to see if anyone is around besides this one guy.
It doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, I've got one, right here. And he like sets his own credit chit down on the counter in front of him.
The clerk.
Oh, wait, sorry, that's the wrong one. And then he puts like his own personal, private, untracked shit.
The clerk kind of gestures, waiting for you to display an amount.
He'd flash 100 to start with. Is this a good, is this enough of a connection?
Pauses for a moment. Who is this person?
Nancy Fletcher.
Why are you tracking them down?
It's her first time on the station and she is, incredibly inebriated.
There's a slight pang of sympathy. He taps his chit onto yours, takes the 100, and then motions near the farm.
The farm, anywhere particular near the farm?
He just smiles.
Thanks. He'd offer up another 50 basically. First.
Yeah, he'll take the 50 and nod. Should be able to find her.
Great. Appreciated. The dream's, truly the dream's finest. And, well, if that's all he's getting, then he'd be off to the farms.
It's, getting to be early morning by the time you make it to the farm.
Do you take any transit, like, that he has access to?
Okay, then it's not quite early morning then. Although it is definitely getting on in the night.
Okay.
Okay. One sec, let me pull this all up.
I think you would have stopped on the way there to get a pack of smokes. As well. Cigarillos.
Anything in particular?
Yes. Grape vanilla flavored cigarillos.
Grape vanilla cigarillos.
Yep.
That is an
That's-
interesting one.
That's cursed.
No, it isn't.
Okay. You walk in the direction of the farm, and as you get closer, you see the city starting to morph less into the traditional cyberpunk aesthetic and into something that is almost a fusion of Japanese and Chinese architecture.
The weeaboo area.
You would notice lots of people walking around wearing like very light, flowy clothes with slits cut into the fabric to reveal skin. And all of them seem to have a spot on the center of their forehead.
Howdy, Sam. How you doing?
Jack seems like he's grumbling, like he doesn't like being around these people.
Okay. You would recognize them as the Evangelical Solaran Church.
Yeah, that's what he figured.
Yeah.
You would look around for anyone that looks like someone working, I don't know, someone either doing security or just like a greeter or something like that.
Yeah, you approach an area labeled the Sanctuary. It's a massive chapel with glass ceilings that open up onto the sky above the station. You can see stars up above, and you would know that during the day, this would have incredible sunlight shining through. The clerk looks and frowns. I'm sorry, but we're closed currently.
Looking for my friend.
I don't know that you're going to find them here. We're closed.
Have you seen anyone passing about? Blonde-haired girl in a pink one-piece swimsuit.
An expression of recognition comes across this person's face, and they look very, very tired all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's the one. Security said I'd find him here.
This way. They sigh and lead you back through the chapel, through the sanctuary, into a large open green space with all kinds of stalls scattered around that probably hold a market during the day. They continue onward, leading you towards massive gardens, eerily silent, dark, full of reflecting pools, deep water, and all kinds of architecture built over these pools of water. One of which, looking up overhead, you're able to see just the beginnings of the branches of the enormous tree, far bigger than you had ever imagined it to be. It's too dark for you to really make much out, but it's huge. It's bigger than any tree you've ever seen, on Earth or in space. One sec.
Turns out Nancy just became the bull in a china shop. Just broke a bunch of like priceless tea kettles.
You approach a small store.
Check in your region. Thanks so much for following. It's wonderful to see another around here. Welcome aboard.
The clerk just kind of motions for you to walk inside. There's a little set of steps leading up into the building. The door to the structure is in shambles. It's like wooden frame torn off, broken on the floor, and you can see a light inside.
Thanks, Nap.
He's gonna like look at the door and be like, and like take the cigarette out of his mouth and be like, "Did she do that?"
Well, I certainly didn't.
He's gonna like put the cigarette back in his mouth and be like, "What the fuck are you making your doors out of?" She's like 120 pounds soaking wet, and he'll like just walk in ahead of this guy.
You walk in and you see it's bizarre. It does seem like it was a tea shop of some kind, but the tea is everywhere. It coats the floor, scattered all around. The tables are upturned. The cushions that you would normally sit on as a customer have been strewn all about. And you can see two anchors of sense in this chaos. One is Nancy upside down, completely naked at this point, her head inside one of the big jugs of dry tea leaves.
thank God.
And then sitting opposite her is a scrawny woman with a pinched nose and glasses far too large for her face. She looks up at you and just narrows her eyes.
Does Jack recognize them?
No, he doesn't.
Jack's gonna like take a drag on his cigarillo, just look and be like, yeah, I'll take that one off your hands then.
She owes me a lot of money.
You can send a bill to my mate. He owes me.
Your mate?
Tangier1.
What? That's not how this works. You're lucky she's alive.
Oh, she's lucky she's alive, really.
She came in here charging through the gardens. She broke my store, spilled all of my tea. The Tempest troopers came to shoot her. If it wasn't for me, she would be dead.
Takes another puff on his cigarette, like, well, I'm sure she'll want to pay you back once she's sobered up. She had a bad run-in with some android at the Stellar Burn. Shot her up with something.
She lets out a very, very heavy sigh. I don't see how that's my problem.
He like rubs a hand over his face and he's like, I'm so not in the right mindset for this right now. Do you have an ashtray?
I don't allow people to smoke in my shop.
I see. He takes another drag.
He says, exhaling a puff of grape-flavored smoke.
Damn, that's real
Please
crazy, bro.
leave.
Do you got a phone? I'll ring up my mate. I'll have this we'll have this financially cleared out for you.
She narrows her eyes again and gestures over to her phone, which seems like it has been braided with a branch of a tree that makes up the roof of this building.
I would check to see, am I able to phone based on like name or like identification, like like a directory search?
The phone does not phone. The phone.
Unfortunate.
The phone is broken.
Well, that's unfortunate.
This woman owes me for 6 kilos of Sycorax tea.
All right, and what's the cost there?
Damn, she ate all of that.
She looks down and kind of starts doing a little bit of mental math. 375,000 credits.
Oh, that's not that bad.
He takes a puff and goes like Jesus, Lord and mercy, like you think you were growing saffron for that cost.
That's like,
It's not.
I was gonna say, that's like 1 or 2 good dives. I was expecting a lot worse.
Hmm.
Jesus, this is not how I wanted to spend my evening. Alright. And what was your name there, miss?
Area Dang.
Area Dang. Alright. I'll tell you what. I don't reckon she's got the credits for that right now. Well, debatably. He's gonna briefly like check over Nancy, look for a credit chit. If she has it on, well, I don't know how she would have it on her, or if it's in her
I mean,
vicinity.
I was
Probably, if you can find her clothes, it'll be with those, maybe?
Alright, well, if he's able to get a hold of it, he'll pick it up and he'll check how much is on it.
She could work for me.
Okay, tell you what, Mrs. Dang. I drag her back to get her sobered up. She'll talk to you tomorrow. I'm sure she's the sort that'll want to make right for this. I'll give you her contact information. That, or we can take this, take this to the court. Trial by combat.
I was expecting a lot worse, says the one not being asked to pay for damages.
oh, she'll pay it back.
Dang purses her lips.
I'll put it this way, Miss Dang. My friend here is an unfortunate victim of circumstance who I'm sure will be very willing to put things right, being the naive country girl that she is. I am an unapologetic rat bastard who will make this very, very difficult for you if you want to take it to court, so those are your options, really.
Her expression softens a little bit. Fine.
Alright. Here's my contact information, then.
She takes it down. If you disappear, I will be reaching out to the executor.
Yes, don't you worry. This ain't my first rodeo. Besides, it ain't me that she'll want to make right for this, regardless of what I tell her to do, so, you're lucky that it's her in here and not me. And with that, he'll just, like, go to, like, lift Nancy, like a bag of flour over his shoulder, pick up her clothes in his other hand.
Okay. Yeah, she'll let you drag Nancy out.
Alright. And out he would go back to the, back to the Dockside Hotel, and I will have to be calling it there. I think, unfortunately, because I gotta go to work.
Understandable.
Understandable.
Yes. We can call it there for now.
Probably for the best. My battery is running real low.
Fair. I imagine he found her clothes. He wouldn't leave her credit shit just there.
No, he would actually keep it on him. Because clearly she can't be trusted with it right now.
Yeah.
And yeah, so he would return.
Good deal. Okay, we will call it there for now then.
That is excellent.
I hope you guys had fun with this. It is
I did.
I think a reprieve from the oppressive deep. I did forget to add the postcard for the tree. There you go.
Oh, right.
It's pretty. I had a feeling that it was the tree just by the way it was described, but at the same time, it also could have been because I didn't know what direction was running. Also, genuinely thought it was like the reactor and she was jumping between like coolant tanks.
She totally could have been.
And like she was talking. Oh yeah.
I just rolled and decided that whatever number I got, 1 to 10, is where you would end up on that map.
Could have been a lot worse.
It could have been so much worse.
Yeah, 1 to 10. Like, I don't know how you would have gotten to Doptown, but that would have been terrible.
Yeah, that could have ended
broke into Doptown.
And the choke.
High as fuck.
High as fuck naked, kicks open the bulkhead door, throws the security guard screaming like a gorilla.
Runs off into the slum. Passes out from oxygen deprivation.
Oh, she'd be
Gets
hyperventilating.
tazzed, has no effect on her.
Just keeps walking.
Cannot be tased.
She can break these cuffs.
You can't break this cuff, sir.
Yep. Well,
I mean,
yeah, I was thinking about that as well, but I'm like, nah, I think Jack knows how to track her down.
I thought about that. I was sincerely tempted to do that.
It makes sense though, now that I think back on it. With because that's the tease, unless I'm misremembering, that's the android cybernetic drug, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so her having that extremely trippy trip is not because she was being dragged into the organ harvester 9000, but because she was just eating mouthfuls of drug.
Just absolutely tripping balls on Sycorax.
Which,
Brutal.
again, Jack is 100% correct. Very big, unfortunate circumstance that I, as a player, genuinely feel bad
Ripped a
about.
door off its hinges despite being like 3 feet tall.
Yeah.
She was a monster.
Like,
Well,
I
yeah,
feel
like,
embarrassment
like-
for Nancy. Like, genuine embarrassment. It's like, I almost wish that Jack found her, like, with her organs missing.
I sincerely hope that this was a fun reprieve rather than like just insane shit. If that makes sense. Like, I hope that it was a nice break from the insanity of the deep to do something a little different.
Absolutely. I
It
think
was an
it
insane-
definitely was.
In an absurd way, but in a good way.
As for next session, we can either continue this, or you guys can dip, but I think dipping would have consequences.
Yeah. Well, I mean, leave it up to Nancy ultimately. I definitely know what Jack would recommend, but I think Nancy actually has some moral fiber where Jack has considerably less. I gotta run though, unfortunately.
Yep. Later.
Not to cut
Bye.
it very short,
Bye-bye.
but
Alrighty.
if
Thank
I
you for
don't, I'll be
playing.
late. But it was very fun. Thank you
Good.
for
I'm
having
glad
me.
you enjoyed
Have a good
it.
night at work.
I was very glad to
Have a
get
good
back
shift.
to it. I was looking forward to this a lot. Thank you very much, and have a good night to all of you, and chats included. Great. And we'll talk more. I'll probably post more. I'll send some DMs or something.
Sounds good.
All right. Talk to you guys later.
Later.
Jenny.
Bye.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Legitimately had me sweating over here.
I'm
Like-
glad you enjoyed it.
No, I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened. I
It did sound
legitimately.
really bad at some parts.
You were giving me genuine flashbacks to when I first lost my first ever character, and that was in Tech Noir. And it was under similar circumstances. And I'm just like, not again, not again, not again. No!
There were definitely some decisions you could have made that would have gotten you fucked up.
Yeah. See, can I tell you what I thought was happening?
Sure.
Legitimately, I thought that she ran. Initially, I was like, okay, so she's running to because I saw on the list. She ran to the tea tree place. She's in someone's. It's either a preschool or something. But then you were talking about dropping down a layer, and I was like, okay, well maybe there's an industrial layer directly underneath it. Okay, so oh god, she landed in some giant engine. Okay, so it's really hot here. She's overheating. The thing in the middle is probably some sort of industrial bot that's how can I help you? Or something, or please leave the area, that kind of thing. And so she leaves, but she leaves and she exits into a more slummy part. And there's a bunch of scabby scavers just kind of surrounding her, getting ready to harvest her organs or do something far worse. And then it was either that, run off a cliff into the actual bottom of the place and just fall to her death. Or run back into the reactor and or the engine and just kind of slowly overheat. I was like, yeah, you know what? I think a heat nap. I think a fever nap would be worth it.
God, I will say, when I saw your roll, you used the Sycorax or you had the Sycorax used on you, I should say, and you rolled a 1. And that's a big deal.
Yeah. Taddy Higgin. But no, she was just running through or streaking through the gardens, doing some skinny dipping, and then just blew open a room and just scattered drugs everywhere, and then fell asleep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very
expensive drugs.
Yeah.
Typical Vegas activities. Reel it.
They're very well handled.
I'm glad it was fun.
As always, Rin did an amazing job.
Oh yeah. For absolutely sure. Again, as I said before, have had numerous borderline evil GMs where this could have gone so much differently, so much worse. No, I'll say that genuinely evil GMs sometimes. So it's very relieving.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna pull punches, but I'm also not looking to fuck you up.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, that android was, though.
yeah, a little bit.
I think we learned a very valuable lesson this session,
drugs?
and that's no, do drugs. Just have a babysitter.
Don't let Nancy do drugs.
Um,
It's-
I'm just gonna type this in chat so that
Like, Nancy didn't know what she ordered. She thought it was another alcoholic beverage. She drank it, and it's like, okay, this isn't alcohol. And then she got full of drugs. And then she was left alone. And then she missed her friends and wanted to go find her friends, and then got distracted by the big shiny thing. Or I guess the big glowy thing. And then the rest is history. Oh boy.
yeah.
I have some questions about what you sent me.
As always, though, I think this was an amazing session, and Rin did
Oh, yeah.
fantastically.
We're gonna hash out
That
what I
being
sent
said,
you.
my collar is blinking red at me, so I'm going to have to dip out here, unfortunately.
Okay.
It was a lot of fun.
Indeed, indeed. And
Later.
it's good. It's good to be out here again. Thank you for playing with
Yeah,
us.
it was a lot of fun.
You guys can keep talking if you want.
Oh, we'll definitely hash out some of that stuff for sure.
Yeah. I definitely have a few things more that I want to say about the session, but yeah, no. Very well handled.
Okay. Well, thank you all for joining. Thank you, chat, for coming and seeing. Oh, Pocky, I love Kingdom Death. It's great. It's so much fun. That's another thing I would love to run at some point.
Thanks a bunch for hosting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alrighty. Love ya, fellas.
Good night. Love you too.
Love you. Later.
Mitchell West. And then it was you and me.
Yep.
So, I'm not gonna keep the party going for too long, but I did just want to say, it's very well balanced all around. I feel bad because I feel like my funny adventure might have pulled a little bit from like what they wanted to do, but at the same time,
So what I would say is as long as they are enjoying it, I'm very
Yeah.
happy with that.
yeah,
From a DM perspective, it's without having to like contrive stakes for you in this world, you have managed to stumble into some high stakes, which is wonderful. It's really great.
and further you did talk about how you wanted the dream to kind of shine a little bit, so I'm glad that I was able to accidentally bumblefuck my way into some more of the world.
Yes.
Um,
Yes, I am.
Not-
I'm happy that you have dragged yourself into an area that otherwise I think this group would avoid.
not gonna lie, when the security person said, yeah, she's at the farm, my heart dropped. I was like, oh. It's okay. That's not good.
Yeah, it's
She'd
not
turn into
great.
sausage.
No, not that kind of farm, but yes.
And yeah, I'll take your brain about some of the stuff. And I guess I'll go wrap up here. So again, thank you, Ren. Wonderfully executed.